Chapter 371. Chen Zhen took a step forward and spoke in a slightly hoarse and deep voice. After he spoke, Wu Jitian, who was about to leave, could not help but stop in his tracks. He looked at Chen Zhen with the others beside him. Wu Jitian frowned and looked at Jian Ming. He realized that Jian Ming was also at a loss. Yi Luotian narrowed his eyes and stared at Chen Zhen for a while before looking at the surroundings. His eyes flickered and he seemed to be deep in thought. Luo Jin's eyes narrowed and he took half a step forward. He stared at Chen Zhen and said in a low voice, "What? Does sect leader Chen want to continue making a fuss? Although I am not as strong as you guys, I am a man of my word. I will definitely do what I say." Crack crack, Luo Jin gently shook the jade fan in his hand and then opened it. Luo Jin's white palm suddenly cut across the leaves of the fan. Blood flowed out and drops of essence blood were injected into the jade fan. Then, under everyone's gazes, lines of blood-red lines that looked like capillaries covered the entire jade fan. At the same time, a terrifying aura rapidly spread from the jade fan. Even Wu Jitian and the others in front of Luo Jin could not help but be surprised when they sensed the terrifying bloodthirsty aura from the jade whisk fan. Being able to unleash such a powerful attack with the strength of an 8-star bandit was sufficient to cause Luo Jin to feel proud. If the ones who had come today were not them but other bandit class experts, it was likely that even the four of them would not be able to do anything to Xiao Yan and Luo Jin. Even though this was the case, Chen Zhen's expression was still calm. His dark gaze was withdrawn from Xiao Yan and landed on Luo Jin in front of him. He mused for a moment before speaking in a serious voice. He pondered for a while and said, "Pavilion leader, there is no need to be so angry. Don't worry, we will not force the heaven annihilation step. I believe that even if we kill Xiao Yan and search his body, we will not be able to find the heaven annihilation step." Chen Zhen's eyes flickered. He still firmly believed that the sky extinction step was definitely with Xiao Yan. The reason why they could not find it was likely that the latter had already made preparations for them. Therefore, they had no choice but to temporarily put the matter of the sky extinction step aside. Luo Jin coldly snorted in response to Chen Zhen's words. Xiao Yan did not comment. Chen Zhen did not seem to care about this. He coldly laughed and continued to speak in a deep voice. "However, there is another matter that requires Xiao Yan to give us an explanation." Finally, the conversation reached the main point. Xiao Yan and Luo Jin frowned slightly. They exchanged glances with each other. The two of them did not know what was going on in their hearts. They quietly communicated with their eyes before turning their gazes to Chen Zhen. Wu Jitian and the others at the side also looked at each other, each of them deep in thought. Wu Jitian's lips curled into a cold smile as he looked at Chen Zhen. His sharp gaze occasionally glanced at Xiao Yan, who was beside Luo Jin. His eyes were filled with cold murderous intent. "Humph, Pavilion Chief, we cannot talk about other things first. However, Xiao Yan has injured one of our people. This person was jointly appointed by our 4 large sections. No matter how you put it, he can be considered a subordinate of our 4 large sections. Now that he has been injured by Xiao Yan to such an extent, don't tell me that we, as sect leaders, must just watch him be beaten by others." Chen Zhen coldly stared at Xiao Yan. Deep within his eyes, there was a hint of mockery. Today, even if he could not kill Xiao Yan, he would definitely injure him. A glint immediately shot out from Wu Jitian's eyes when these words were uttered. The smile on the corner of his mouth widened. That's right, this was the result that he wanted. No matter what, he would not allow Xiao Yan to escape unscathed in front of them. Jian Ming's eyes were like swords as he stared at Xiao Yan. An invisible aura rapidly surged around him, bringing along a gust of wind as it condensed into an invisible giant sword. Just the aura that was faintly released was enough to make a half-emperor expert's expression change. "Humph. Sect leaders, just the pressure from all of you earlier is already enough for Xiao Yan to endure. Moreover, sect leader Wu has personally attacked Xiao Yan. Currently, he is already seriously injured. What else do you want from him?" Luo Jin said angrily with a gloomy expression. His sharp eyes were filled with anger. He originally thought that these guys would leave after being threatened enough. Who would have thought that they would go around looking for trouble with Xiaoyan? It seems that the four sects have been living peacefully for too long and have forgotten about my Yunin pavilion. Luo Jin's expression was gloomy as he said in a cold tone. "Ha, sect leader, you don't have to use these words to threaten us. This is a matter between our four sects and Xiaoyan. Moreover, we won't kill him. After all, we can't not give face to the pavilion leader." Hearing this, the corner of Chenjin's mouth curled into a smile. His eyes were like a poisonous snake as he stared at Xiaoyan. He continued in a cold tone. "Therefore, for the sake of our four sects' reputation and for the sake of the pavilion leader's reputation, Xiaoyan, as long as you can receive a palm from each of us, I won't mention anything that happened between us today." As his voice fell, Chenjin took a step forward. Between the opening and closing of his right palm, surging Douqi energy continuously gushed out from his palm. "Humph humph, I can't help but want to attack." Wu Jitian had a sinister smile on his face. His scarlet tongue licked his lips in a bloodthirsty manner. As he waved his huge fist, it rubbed against the air and squeezed it, emitting a muffled sound. "Xiaoyan, I've only used 20% of my strength. This is enough to seriously injure a 9-star half-martial emperor. I want to see how strong you, whose strength has exceeded your own cultivation, are." "Humph, the four sect leaders are well-known figures in the western region. Why are you guys ganging up on a seriously injured person? Moreover, you guys are bullying a 5-star half-martial emperor. I'm afraid that all of you have already lost all your face." Luo Jin's expression was solemn. If he couldn't use other methods to stop the four people in front of him, Xiaoyan would still be in danger. At this moment, even his Yunin pavilion's prestige was unable to stop the four of them. With Xiaoyan's current condition, facing 4 high-level Dou Di, even if Xiaoyan didn't die in the end, the damage they would cause to Xiaoyan would be enough to destroy Xiaoyan's cultivation talent. If there were serious and irreversible consequences, it would be difficult for Xiaoyan to progress in his cultivation for the rest of his life. "Humph, humph, we can save our face. However, if we lose the hearts of the people, wouldn't it destroy our sect? So, Xiaoyan, are you going to accept or not?" "Huh, kid, are you afraid? If that's the case, then quickly hand over the Sky Annihilation Steps." "Huh, little friend Xiaoyan, this old man will still say the same thing. Your life is more important than anything else. If you have the Sky Annihilation Steps, or if you know the location of the Sky Annihilation Steps, then tell us. Wouldn't today's matter be avoided?" The words from the four of them were like cannons. They were either mocking or persuading. However, their goal was all for the Sky Annihilation Steps. Today, their goal was either to obtain the Sky Annihilation Steps or to cripple Xiaoyan. Luo Jin's heart was incomparably clear about this point. However, just as Luo Jin was about to open his mouth and try to salvage the situation, his expression suddenly changed. Xiaoyan's palm had actually forcefully patted his shoulder, forcefully stopping the words that were about to come out of his mouth. "All right, I accept. For palms it is." Chapter 372. Humph, brat, you are really straightforward. Since that is the case, eat my fist first." Seeing Xiaoyan nod his head in agreement, Wu Jitian immediately let out a cold laugh. He clenched his right fist tightly and stomped his foot in the air, intending to charge toward Xiaoyan. "Wait." However, in the next moment, Luo Jin let out a cold cry with a stern expression and stopped Wu Jitian, who was about to make a move. Wu Jitian, who had paused his body, instantly returned to a gloomy expression. He glanced at Luo Jin with an impatient expression between his brows. After which, his gaze darkly stared at Xiaoyan. In response to this, Xiaoyan's pale face appeared calm. However, under that calmness, there was an unfathomable seriousness. Luo Jin directly ignored Wu Jitian. He turned his gaze and met Xiaoyan's eyes. He frowned and said in a deep voice, "Brother Xiao, I know that your strength is much greater than your current cultivation level. However, regardless of how it is put, the person you are facing today is a dignified elite Daoist. This kind of strong person is not someone that you can block. Moreover, you are currently not in your best condition. Even if you were in your peak condition, you would not be a match for them. Instead of fighting them head-on, you should leave this matter to me. With me around today, they will definitely not be able to hurt you. As Luo Jin's words sounded, the expressions of Wu Jitian and the others behind him involuntarily changed. They involuntarily revealed a tinge of anger when they looked at Luo Jin. However, at the same time, there was more fear in their eyes. Luo Jin had indeed angered them. However, what he said was true. The Yinyin Pavilion was extremely powerful. If Luo Jin really insisted on protecting Xiao Yan, they would definitely not be able to bring Xiao Yan away even if they forcefully took action today. The strength of the Yinyin Pavilion was far more terrifying than they had imagined. However, in response to Luo Jin's words, Xiao Yan shook his head gratefully, expressing his refusal. Xiao Yan was naturally aware of the strength of the Hidden Cloud Pavilion. However, at the same time, he also knew that there were many things that he needed to think of ways to resolve by himself. The world was so big that he could not rely on others for everything. When he thought about it, just how many people had he relied on during his journey? He could not continue to rely on them. Growth was a process. The reason why he relied on it was because he was immature. Just like how Xiao Yan relied on Yao Lao in the past, it was precisely because he was immature that he constantly relied on others. However, the current Xiao Yan, if possible, would absolutely not rely on anyone. Because he was deeply aware that in this world where strength was respected, he couldn't rely on anyone, nor could he rely on anyone. The only person he could rely on was himself. If you can become a shoulder for others to lean on, why would you need to rely on others? Let me do it. Thank you for sincerely helping me, my brother. The word brother caused Luo Jin's eyes to narrow slightly, and the tip of his nose couldn't help but feel a little sour. He clearly knew Xiao Yan's current situation. If he relied on himself, it would be difficult for him to defeat him, let alone face a Daoist. Facing the 4 people in front of him, Xiao Yan had almost no chance of success. Even so, he still had to face them alone. Xiao Yan, don't force yourself. Huh, didn't I say that they won't kill me? If I die, their sect will be gone. So, don't worry, nothing will happen. Just as Luo Jin's words left his mouth, Xiao Yan's face was pale as he looked at Luo Jin with a weak smile. Humph, that's more like a man. I almost thought that you would be like a little girl, hiding behind the pavilion leader and not daring to come out. Ha 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 ha. Seeing Xiao Yan walk out from behind Luo Jin, the smile on Wu Jitian's face became even wider. The ferocious smile on his face caused people to involuntarily feel a chill in their hearts. Slowly closing his eyes, Xiao Yan opened his mouth slightly and slowly exhaled. After a few breaths, the moment Xiao Yan opened his eyes again, a brilliant flame instantly flashed across his eyes. The empty space in front of him also became distorted. Xiao Yan beckoned with his large hand. The moment the sharp sound of rushing wind appeared, the pitch-black heavy Xian ruler immediately landed in Xiao Yan's palm. Feeling the weight from the heavy ruler, Xiao Yan's expression became solemn. The hand that held the heavy Xian ruler involuntarily sank a little. This kind of strenuous feeling was something he hadn't felt for many years. Feeling the familiar feeling under his hand, Xiao Yan slowly lifted his gaze. Only then did his dark black eyes look at Wu Jitian. The corner of his mouth curled, revealing a row of snow-white teeth as he coldly laughed. Heh, you clearly have the strength to fight again, but you chose to retreat. That's not what a man should do. Since you want to test my strength, then bring it on. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Yan's arms shook violently. The giant ruler in his hand danced in front of him. The whistling sound of rushing wind was accompanied by a heavy wind pressure, crushing the gravel under his feet once again. Humph. You've got guts, kid. Since you've spoken, then I won't hold back. Take my punch. With a loud roar, Wu Jitian's bear-like muscular body suddenly charged forward. His fists, which were half the size of a basketball, danced in the wind and blasted invisible air cannonballs in the empty space. Amidst the ear-piercing explosion, they flew towards Xiao Yan violently. Big Dipper Fist. Haha, kid, I've only used 20% of my strength in this punch. Don't die because you can't take it. If that happens, don't blame me. Wu Jitian's loud laughter reverberated in the sky above Green City. Anyone who heard his laughter could not help but have a slight change in their expression. The Big Dipper Fist was one of Wu Jitian's famous Do techniques. Although it was no longer that era, it was still a Tian-class high-level Do technique. Under Wu Jitian's control, the might of this punch was not any weaker than a human-class Do technique. If this punch landed on Xiao Yan's body, even if he did not die, it was likely that not many bones in his body would be intact. Xiao Yan's heart did not dare to be careless in the face of this. After all, the other party was an elite Do D. Regardless of how one looked at it, the other party was at least a couple of times stronger than him. Regardless of what class this Do skill was, as long as it was displayed by an elite Do D, it must not be underestimated. As the giant ruler was waved, the Do Chi within the vortex in Xiao Yan's body crazily surged out. The Do Chi churned and the heavenly flame fluttered. The pitch-black giant ruler was quickly wrapped by the beautiful, heavenly flame. Facing a Do D, an ordinary Do technique was no longer able to resist. In order to block Wu Jitian's punch, Xiao Yan had to go all out. Ha! 7-layered. Sky. Breaking. Ruler. After his stern cry sounded, Xiao Yan's toes pressed gently on the ground. A lightning glow flashed and Xiao Yan had already appeared high in the sky. His arms shook and the pitch-black giant ruler was suddenly waved. Under the continuous wave of Xiao Yan's hand, 7 frightening ruler glows shot out from the giant ruler in a short couple of breaths. One after another, the 7 ruler glows merged and their might filled the sky and penetrated the 9 heavens. At the same time, the frightening aura on Wu Jitian's fist that shook one's soul suddenly soared. Although Wu Jitian did not use his full strength, this was sufficient to cause Xiao Yan to have difficulty dealing with him. The surrounding crowd swiftly scattered when they saw that an intense collision was about to erupt. Numerous solemn gazes focused on Xiao Yan and Wu Jitian. The hearts of countless people were shocked by the terror of the two people in front of them. Bang! The next moment, an intense explosion sounded and a frightening energy storm violently swept out in all directions with the point where the two of them had collided in the middle. Countless people in the sky and on the ground revealed shocked gazes as they watched this scene in the sky. A shock that could not be described with words surged onto their faces. Is this the strength of an elite Do D? When the energy storm scattered, everyone focused their eyes and looked over. Their eyes involuntarily became startled. At this moment, there was only Wu Jitian alone in the sky. There was no sign of Xiao Yan. Luo Jin's heart involuntarily tightened when he saw this scene. Could it be that Xiao Yan had already been by Wu Jitian during the collision earlier? A fury immediately rose in Luo Jin's heart when he thought of this. The Do Chi within his body was swiftly raised and he was just about to move. However, at the next moment, a voice that carried an intense cough was suddenly transmitted over from the sky. Cough cough, an elite Do D is only a so-so, again. Chapter 373. In the ruins, Xiao Yan stood up in a sorry state. He held the giant ruler with one hand and his eyes were filled with malevolence. Although the previous attack was strenuous, it was fortunate that the 7-layered sky-breaking ruler had stopped Xiao Yan's injuries. In addition, Xiao Yan was protected by the Great Way Veil. Even though he was severely injured, it was not to the point where he was on the brink of death. In the air, Luo Jin heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Xiao Yan climb up from the ruins. No matter what, it was fine as long as Xiao Yan was alive. Otherwise, he would have annihilated the 4 sects in a fit of rage. Cough cough, Xiao Yan stood up with great difficulty. His mouth involuntarily began to cough intensely. At this moment, fresh blood was coughed out along with some fragments of his internal organs. Xiao Yan's originally pale face had become incomparably pale at this moment. Humph. Kid, The fact that you were able to block this punch of yours truly has indeed caused me to be incomparably shocked. However, just this strike alone is sufficient to cause you to lose all of your remaining combat strength. What qualifications do you think you have to spout such arrogant words about fighting again? Humph. Are you trying to show off because the pavilion master is around? Do you really think that we don't dare to kill you? Is that why you boast so shamelessly? Chen Zhen's lips curled when he heard Wu Jitian's disdainful snort. He stared coldly at Xiao Yan with a hint of mockery in his eyes. Although they had promised Luo Jin that they would not kill Xiao Yan, they could not be blamed if Xiao Yan could not withstand the 4 attacks and died. After all, they had given Xiao Yan the leeway to choose before this. Moreover, this was the result of his own choice. Life and death were decided by fate. As long as the strength that the 4 of them used did not exceed 20% of their strength, Xiao Yan's life and death would not have much to do with them. Of course, Luo Jin naturally would not think that way. However, this was the common reason why the 4 sects wanted to kill Xiao Yan. Cough, a cold smile appeared on Xiao Yan's face as blood continued to flow from his mouth. His throat rolled as he swallowed the pill in his mouth. Immediately, a gentle energy rapidly spread through Xiao Yan's body, healing his injuries. Your Excellency's punch is neither painful nor itchy to me, so how could I not have the strength to fight? Brat, you're courting death. Hearing the mocking words from Xiao Yan's mouth, a furious flame rose in Wu Jitian's heart. His hand once again clenched into a fist as he prepared to attack Xiao Yan. Hee, sect leader Wu, please don't be angry. He's just using his tongue. Just let him be. However, your punch has already passed. Next, I wonder who will make the first move. Chen Zhen laughed softly and stopped the enraged Wu Jitian. After which, he turned his gaze and looked at Jian Ming and Yi Luo Tian. Sect leader Chen, please don't look at me first. This old man is a soft-hearted person. I'll be the last one. Those who want to kill can go first. Yi Luo Tian chuckled when he saw Chen Zhen looking at him. However, he took a step back as if he was an outsider. When Jian Ming saw the 2 of them looking at him, he could not help but curse the old fox in his heart. He snorted coldly and turned his head to look at Xiao Yan. Little brat, since sect leader Wu's fist didn't make you feel any pain, then I'll use my sword to test if your bones are as hard as iron like your mouth. Jian Ming placed 2 of his fingers together and waved them. A sword hum reverberated throughout the sky, seeping into one's heart. Xiao Yan's eyes hardened when he heard this. He did not dare to be careless in his heart. The veins on the back of his hand were exposed. His hand, which was holding the heavy Xian ruler, tightened a little. The little remaining dou qi in his body moved with his heart at this moment and gathered in Xiao Yan's palm. As long as Xiao Yan thought about it, the enormous ruler in his hand would once again unleash a shocking strength that even a 9-star half DD would not dare to underestimate. Sect leader Jian, feel free to come. This little one will receive all of it. Good brat. You have guts. Jian Ming's eyes involuntarily brightened when he looked at Xiao Yan. His mouth involuntarily praised. It was true that Xiao Yan was their enemy, but his training talent and his achievements were sufficient to cause them, elite Dou Di, to regard him seriously. It would be fine if Xiao Yan died in the hands of the 4 of them today. However, if not, it was likely that Xiao Yan's achievements in the future would only surpass or even surpass the 4 of them. Sword, come. Jian Ming let out a stern cry. His right hand shook forcefully. As Dou Qi poured out, numerous flying swords shot out from the tip of his finger, transforming into a long dragon that was completely agglomerated from a countless number of long swords that soared through the sky. The dragon soared through the sky, twisting and turning in the sky. Its aura was frightening. An invisible sword intent spread out from the body of this enormous long dragon, causing the space around it to repeatedly form wave after wave of spatial ripples that swiftly spread apart. Each time those sword intents landed on the ground, numerous enormous sword scars would be formed on the ground. Even the surrounding crowd was nearly implicated. Xiao Yan, this is the 5th move of my 7-sword skill, 10,000 swords agglomerate. If you are able to block it, I, Jianming, will immediately turn around and leave. Jianming's eyes focused as he stared at Xiaoyan. His face was stern as he spoke in a deep voice. Good. Come. Let me see just how strong the Sky Sword sect, which uses the sword as its sect among the 4 great sects, is. Xiaoyan's expression was solemn. He waved his arm and waved the huge ruler as he spoke in a stern voice. Brat, how arrogant. Take this. Jianming waved his arm and pointed his sword at Xiaoyan. In the sky, the enormous long dragon opened its mouth. Immediately, countless number of long swords that were agglomerated from Do Qi shot out and ruthlessly shot toward Xiaoyan. 6-joint body flowing ruler. 6-joint fire. Xiaoyan let out an explosive cry as he waved both of his hands. The huge ruler danced along with it. As the huge ruler danced swiftly, numerous ruler shadows gradually agglomerated into a circular shield around Xiaoyan's body, protecting him within it. At the same time, a terrifying, heavenly flame covered the ruler glow. Numerous heavenly flames ruler glows shot out and met the flying swords that were shooting toward Xiaoyan. Bang! 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 Seeing that his flying swords were actually unable to swiftly break Xiaoyan's defense, Jianming involuntarily felt a little surprised in his heart. Soon after, however, a cold smile surfaced on his face. The defense of Xiaoyan's 6-joint body flowing ruler was not weak. Unfortunately, the other party was after all an elite Do Di. Additionally, the flying swords in the huge dragon's mouth were endless. Compared to Xiaoyan, whose Do Qi was currently weak, Jianming had an advantage in every aspect. Within a short moment, Xiaoyan's 6-joint body flowing ruler had already been suppressed. The 6-joint fire was no longer able to be shot out. The countless number of flying swords repeatedly and violently smashed into the ruler's shield that was agglomerated from the countless number of ruler shadows. Under this endless barrage, Xiaoyan forcefully endured for nearly 2 hours. The thick ruler shadows also became increasingly thin. Even Xiaoyan's arms were gradually becoming numb under the endless barrage. The 6-joint body flowing ruler was already unable to continue enduring. Humph humph, brat, this D's 10,000 swords agglomerate technique is endless unless the sword dragon is broken. You are no match for it. With this technique, regardless of how strong your defense is, this D will be able to wear you down to death even if you have to wear it down. Seeing that Xiaoyan was about to be unable to endure any longer, Jianming involuntarily laughed coldly. Grug. This continued until a certain moment when the pale-faced Xiaoyan was finally unable to endure this endless barrage of attacks. The instant the enormous ruler in Xiaoyan's hand left his hand, the incomparably firm 6-joint body flowing ruler from a moment ago was suddenly broken apart. Countless number of long swords violently pierced towards Xiaoyan's body. The cold glint was biting cold. The extremely cold edge of the sword caused one to shudder. It only took an instant for these long swords to land on Xiaoyan's body. Regardless of how frightening his strength was, he would definitely die. At this moment, Luo Jin, whose face had just recovered some redness, involuntarily turned gloomy. Chapter 374. When the dust fog scattered, everyone could only see that the countless number of long swords were inserted into the ground. Xiaoyan, on the other hand, was nowhere to be seen. From the looks of it, it seemed that he had been completely torn apart by the bombardment of the countless number of long swords until nothing remained. Humph humph, Xiaoyan, this D has already said that you will definitely not be able to block this attack of this D. With your strength, even 20% of my strength is enough to, huh? That's not right. Jianming's expression suddenly changed before his voice sounded. His brows were immediately knit together. His gaze focused on the ground that was covered by the countless number of long swords. There was nothing at that spot other than the soil that was repeatedly lifted by the enormous strength of the long swords. Logically speaking, if Xiaoyan had died from that attack earlier, his fresh blood should have scattered all over the ground. However, what was going on with his current appearance? Could it be that Xiaoyan had not died? Jianming's sharp eyes involuntarily hardened when he thought of this. A great storm suddenly rose within his heart at this moment. Being able to dodge his attack in front of an 8-star Do Di without anyone noticing. Was this really something that a 5-star bandit could do? Don't tell me that it is the Sky Absolute Step. However, Jian Ming's face once again revealed a joy the next moment. If it was the Sky Absolute Step, this was the best news for them. Similarly, the other few people behind him had also thought of this at the same time that Jian Ming thought of this. Immediately, smiles once again appeared on the faces of the few of them. Their gazes swiftly rotated as they swiftly searched for Xiao Yan's figure. Huh? In the sky. Jian Ming, who was searching all around for Xiao Yan, was startled. He could clearly sense that an extremely weak aura had suddenly appeared in the sky at the same level as his sword dragon. Xiao Yan. Jian Ming suddenly raised his head. Xiao Yan's figure slowly appeared from the empty space in front of his eyes. The black curtain behind him scattered and his aura had once again weakened. Ha ha ha, Xiao Yan, you have finally been unable to resist using the Sky Absolute Step. Jian Ming's face was wild as he laughed out loud. At the same time, he waved his sleeve and the long dragon in the sky suddenly turned around. It faced Xiao Yan. Once Jian Ming gave the order, countless number of longswords would shoot out and instantly turn Xiao Yan into a beehive. No, this is not the Sky Absolute Step. However, just as Jian Ming's voice sounded, a somewhat solemn voice was emitted from Chen Zhen's mouth behind her. Jian Ming was not the only one who was stunned. Even Wu Jitian and Yi Luo Tian, who were beside Chen Zhen, could not help but be slightly taken aback. Not the Sky Extinction Steps. Being able to dodge Jian Ming's attack at a critical moment. This kind of strange speed was naturally impossible for Xiao Yan to achieve with his current strength. Since this was the case, the only possibility was the Sky Extinction Step. However, what did Chen Zhen's words mean? Appearing to have seen the doubt in the hearts of the few of them, Chen Zhen narrowed his eyes. He stared at Xiao Yan in the sky and exhaled a deep breath. A moment later, he finally opened his mouth and spoke one word at a time. What this brat used earlier was not the Sky Absolute Step. Although the Sky Absolute Step is extremely fast, it is impossible for it to not leave any traces in front of us. Wu Jitian raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard this. This was not bad. With Xiao Yan's current strength, it was impossible for him to not leave any traces when using the Sky Absolute Step in front of them. But since that was the case, what was going on? Chen Zhen, if you have something to say, just say it. Don't dilly-dally. The corners of Wu Jitian's mouth twitched as he spoke somewhat impatiently. I didn't mean to speak so slowly. It's just that this answer might shock all of you. After all, even I, who just realized this, felt a storm in my heart. Chen Zhen stared intently at Xiao Yan. He took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. What he used earlier was not the Sky Absolute Step, but the power of the Great Way. The expressions of a countless number of people changed when these words were uttered. Regardless of whether it was the surrounding crowd, the many Bandi experts standing in the distant sky, Wu Jitian and Yi Luo Tian standing beside Chen Zhen at this moment, or even Jian Ming, who was preparing to attack Xiao Yan, a great storm rose in their hearts at this moment. The power of the Great Way? A half-emperor using the power of the Great Way? The four of them had never heard of this in their lifetime experience. A half-emperor was actually able to comprehend the power of the Great Way. What kind of genius was this? It was no wonder that Xiao Yan would be targeted by the Ghost Hall. If they could not use him, they would destroy him. This was the way the Ghost Hall had always done things. However, while the emotions of the four of them were changing, Xiao Yan could not help but let out a muffled groan in the sky. Then, with a puff, he spat out a large mouthful of blood, and his aura rapidly declined. Forcefully condensing the power of the Great Way was an unbearable consumption for Xiao Yan, who was already an arrow at the end of its flight. At this moment, if Jian Ming attacked again, he would probably not have the strength to fight back. This kid is indeed extraordinary. No matter what, I can't let him go today. Sword Dragon, tear him apart. Jian Ming said in his heart, and a ruthless expression suddenly surged onto his face. He waved his hand, and as sword intent surged, he roared sternly at the sword dragon in the sky. As soon as the roar fell, the huge body of the long dragon in the sky suddenly shook, and a vast sword intent swept out like a wave in the sky. At the same time, the sword dragon's body moved, and it instantly charged towards Xiao Yan with a terrifying sword intent. In the blink of an eye, the sword dragon had already arrived above Xiao Yan's head. The huge dragon body shook, and two huge dragon claws condensed from countless long swords slashed down fiercely at Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan could not dodge this attack at all. Before the dragon claw arrived, the frightening sword aura had already swiftly shot toward Xiao Yan. Although Xiao Yan's physical body was not afraid of these sword auras, the piercing pain that was repeatedly transmitted from his body caused Xiao Yan's face to involuntarily become a little distorted. The next moment, the dragon claw with a frightening might had already arrived in front of Xiao Yan. An invisible sword aura mercilessly tore through the empty space. A countless number of sword shadows agglomerated together like a huge umbrella that completely covered Xiao Yan's body. Once this attack landed, it was likely that Xiao Yan would not even be able to find his corpse. In the next moment, under the joyful gazes of Chen Zhen and the others, as well as Luo Jin, who was ready to make a move on the other side, the huge dragon claws in the sky carried a terrifying wind pressure and slashed down fiercely at Xiao Yan's head. Xiao Yan's face involuntarily revealed a grayish expression as he faced the dragon claw that was swiftly approaching his head. He finally sensed an aura of death under this dragon claw. He did not doubt that if this thing were to land, forget about his physical body, he would not even be able to protect his soul. However, the moment the dragon claws were about to land on Xiao Yan's head, roar. Chapter 375. Roar. An earth-shaking roar resounded endlessly through the heavens and earth. Everyone felt a buzzing sound exploding in their heads. Even the half-martial emperors had grave expressions on their faces and turned pale. There was no need to mention those below the half-martial emperor level. They were already lying on the ground in a mess of injuries. Roar. In the sky, Xiao Yan's expression instantly changed when he heard the earth-shaking dragon roar. When he lifted his gaze and looked at the sword dragon, the huge dragon claw formed from countless swords was violently clashing with Xiao Jin's dragon claw. Ear-piercing clanging sounds were continuously emitted as sparks flew in all directions. Xiao Jin. Xiao Yan's eyes hardened. He had originally controlled the North King with his mind to make a last stand. However, he did not expect that Xiao Jin would be the one to block it in the end. Clang. 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 The intense collisions did not stop. Sparks that were as beautiful as stars sprinkled down like a rain of fire. Xiao Jin's huge body twisted as it violently collided with the sword dragon in front of it. Its body, which was already riddled with injuries, was covered with sword scars in the process of colliding with the sword dragon. Pieces of dragon scales with a dim golden glow slid down from Xiao Jin's body. Fresh blood splattered. Fresh blood that still carried some warmth drifted and landed on Xiao Yan's face. The thick smell of blood caused Xiao Yan's expression to gradually turn gloomy. His powerless hands under his sleeves were once again tightly clenched. With a thought from Xiao Yan, the North King's body shot out like a cannonball. It stepped through the air and instantly arrived at the sword dragon's abdomen. It waved its iron fist and shattered many of the swords on the dragon's body with a single punch. The North King, who had just recovered from its injuries, attacked the sword dragon in front of it with all its strength. Even though it used all its strength, the huge gap in strength made all of its actions seem like a drop in the bucket. Without a powerful attack, it would be very difficult to shatter the sword dragon. Brat, if you want to break this sword dragon, attack its head. That is the core of the sword dragon controlled by the Do Di. If you break it, this sword dragon will be destroyed. While Xiao Yan was at his wit's end, Gu Yu's voice was finally emitted from within his body. The moment he opened his mouth, he informed Xiao Yan of the sword dragon's weakness. Xiao Yan secretly nodded. He raised his gaze and looked at the sword dragon. The next moment, Xiao Yan's heart could not help but sink slightly. Although the sword dragon's head was its weakness, at the same time, it was also the place that the sword dragon guarded the most. Over there, no matter which direction Xiao Yan attacked from, he would be sensed by the sword dragon. Furthermore, with Jian Ming's control, it was impossible to break through the sword dragon. Xiao Yan's heart immediately became a little heavy when he thought of this. At the same time, he was also aware of the situation he was currently facing. This was the only path he could take if he wanted to break the sword dragon. Otherwise, if this continued, not only would something happen to him, but it was likely that even Xiao Jin would be implicated. No matter what, he had to go all out and give it a try. Xiao Yan's eyes were sharp as he stared at the enormous sword dragon in front of him. His throat rolled as he swallowed another 2D-tier medicinal pills into his stomach. Following the spread of the medicinal strength, a powerful aura swiftly gathered within Xiao Yan's body. Jian Ming below involuntarily emitted a cold snort when he saw the sudden unexpected change in the sky. A thought passed through his heart, and the aura of the sword dragon, which was clashing with Xiao Jin, suddenly soared. The originally barely balanced battle situation was also broken at this moment. The sword dragon let out a heaven-shaking roar as countless sword beams shot out from its enormous dragon claws. Sharp sword beams shot out from its entire body as it ruthlessly slashed at Xiao Jin's body. In an instant, Xiao Jin, who was facing the enemy head-on, could not avoid being slashed by the sword glows. Numerous shallow and deep sword scars repeatedly smashed onto Xiao Jin's body like raindrops. Fresh blood dripped from it. One could even vaguely see the dense white bones under the cut flesh. Xiao Jin, on the other hand, continued to roar from its mouth. It continued to firmly block the sword dragon in front of it, preventing the sword glows from injuring Xiao Yan. Jian Ming. I already said that I will only use 20% of my strength. Do you really not put me in your eyes by doing this? Seeing this scene, Luo Jin immediately shouted angrily. He treated Xiao Yan as a friend, and Xiao Jin had a close relationship with Xiao Yan. Naturally, he would not sit back and do nothing, allowing Jian Ming to harm Xiao Jin. Cuckoo, Pavilion Chief must be joking. We only said that we will only use 20% of our strength when facing Xiao Yan. We did not say that we will show mercy to this beast. We are already being merciful by not killing it with one strike. You. Luo Jin was furious in his heart, but he had nothing to say. He could only turn his body, and the dou qi in his body churned as he flew over to help Xiao Jin. Cuckoo, I think that it is better for Pavilion Chief to remain here. If you move, I only need to wave my finger. Before you can fly over, that beast and Xiao Yan will likely die together. Jian Ming. How dare you threaten this Pavilion Chief? Hearing Jian Ming's dark, cold laughter, Luo Jin was finally unable to endure it any longer. He suddenly cried out angrily and waved his hand. The jade fan in his hand instantly opened and a douqi pillar shot toward Jian Ming. Jian Ming randomly dissolved Luo Jin's attack. The corner of his mouth lifted into a mocking smile. He looked at Luo Jin with a calm smile and said, "Pavilion Chief, don't be angry. There is no need for Pavilion Chief to be angry. The reason why I am doing this is because I hope that I will not accidentally injure Pavilion Chief. After all, the aim of our trip this time around is only to target Xiao Yan. It has nothing to do with the hidden cloud pavilion. We are indeed sorry for accidentally injuring the elders of your pavilion earlier. However, we hope that Pavilion Chief can give in on the matter of Xiao Yan." The reason why Jian Ming was afraid of the Yunin Pavilion was because of the faction behind the Yunin Pavilion. Currently, Luo Jin was alone. Without the support of that person, he was merely an ordinary 8-star half-emperor. In Jian Ming's opinion, if he really wanted to kill a half-emperor, it would only take a single thought. It was not enough to reach the apex. Humph. This Pavilion Chief will still say the same thing. If anything happens to Xiao Yan today, the four of you, along with your sex, must disappear together. Luo Jin's chest rose and fell intensely as he roared angrily at Jian Ming. Jian Ming frowned tightly. No matter what, he was still afraid of Luo Jin's threat. The others also frowned once again. However, when they shot their gazes toward Xiao Yan, they could not help but think of the sky extinction steps. This was a great opportunity related to the sky extinction ancient tomb. No matter what, they could not easily let it go. In the sky, bright red blood continued to pour down, completely dyeing Xiao Yan, who was behind Xiao Jin, into a blood person. The furious roar gradually weakened and turned into a hoarse low roar. The roar was filled with deep unwillingness and pain. Even so, Xiao Jin still persevered in pain. No matter what, it would use its body to block the sharp swords that wanted to harm Xiao Yan. Countless sharp swords pierced into Xiao Jin's body. Its scarlet flesh was cut open, and blood splattered everywhere. Its flesh and blood were separated, and the eerie white bones reflected a cold luster, causing one's heart to turn even colder. Humph, even if I can't kill Xiao Yan today, I definitely can't let him leave Green City unscathed. If I can't kill him, then I'll cut off one of your arms. He. Jian Ming's expression was gloomy as he sneered in his heart. Everyone raised their gazes and looked at the battle circle in the sky. When they saw the scene in front of them, everyone could not help but gasp. A chill unconsciously rose in their hearts. Under the jagged sword light, Xiao Jin was already like a lamp that had run out of oil. It was because of this that it tried even harder to protect the sword dragon in front of it, blocking all the sword light on its body. It was also because of this that pieces of flesh mixed with broken bones were repeatedly sent flying from Xiao Jin's body. A portion of the sword glow was already able to penetrate Xiao Jin's body and had even nearly injured Xiao Yan. This caused Xiao Jin to go all out, hoping that it could ensure Xiao Yan's safety. The eyes of Jian Ming and the others below contained some envy as they looked at Xiao Yan, who was standing still behind Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin's action caused even them to involuntarily be moved. They would probably never get a person who was willing to risk his life for them in this lifetime. Humph, this beast is really loyal. It's a pity that no matter how loyal you are, it's futile in the face of reality. However, the corners of Jian Ming's mouth curled into a sinister smile. He slowly raised his shriveled hands from under his sleeves and clenched them tightly the moment he let out a sinister laugh. Since you're so desperate to protect Xiao Yan, then you can die first. With a sinister laugh, Jian Ming's mind stirred. The sword dragon in the sky suddenly roared at the sky, letting out a deep sword cry. Following that, its huge body suddenly shook, and its dragon claws forcefully broke free from Xiao Jin's restraints. The long sword condensed, and the huge dragon claws were raised high, slashing down fiercely at Xiao Jin's head. When Luo Jin saw this, although he wanted to make a move, in the end, he lowered his head with a gloomy expression and let out a heavy sigh. In this current situation, if he were to make a move, he would definitely be stopped by Chen Zhen and the others. This would also cause the current situation to become even more chaotic. When that time came, it was likely that Xiao Yan would have difficulty surviving even with the Yunin pavilion in front of him. At this moment, for the sake of Xiao Yan, Luo Jin could only watch helplessly regardless of how unwilling he was in his heart. Young master, Zhang Yi's voice sounded beside Luo Jin's ear. Only then did Luo Jin recover. There was still this elite Do Di by his side. Unfortunately, it was already too late at this moment. Xiao Jin was already too late to rescue him. Ugh, no matter what, we must protect brother Xiao Yan. I can only apologize for the matter of Xiao Jin in the future. As for the 4 large sects, I will definitely make them pay the price after today. Luo Jin's expression was gloomy as he lowered his head and spoke. No, young master. What the old me means is that little friend Xiao Yan seems to be a little off. Huh? Before Zhang Yi's voice sounded, Luo Jin's eyes suddenly hardened. He lifted his gaze and stared at Xiao Yan, who was standing still in the sky. At this moment, the latter was still standing in the sky without moving. The intense battle in front of him seemed to have nothing to do with him. Both of his eyes were tightly shut and his expression was calm. Seeing this scene, Luo Jin could not help but frown slightly. Given Xiao Yan's feelings for Xiao Yan, if something were to happen to the latter, Xiao Yan would definitely not ignore it like this. No matter what situation he was in, Xiao Yan would definitely not ignore Xiao Jin's life and death. Since this was the case, then what was going on with his current situation? Immediately after, Luo Jin's expression changed drastically after he probed Xiao Yan's aura. This was because even with his strength, he was unable to detect the exact aura of Xiao Yan. What is going on? In the next moment, the moment the huge dragon claw in the sky viciously hacked down on Xiao Yan's head, the quiet and unmoving Xiao Yan finally opened his eyes at this moment. At this moment, golden light shot out. Heavenly flames that covered the sky swiftly swept across the sky with Xiao Yan at the center. King Kong Glass Body. Chapter 376. Die. The frightening wind from the fist violently struck Jian Ming's face. At the same time that it brought about waves of piercing pain, it also caused him to feel suffocated. However, Jian Ming's face appeared incomparably calm in the face of Xiao Yan's all-out attack. Even though the enormous golden fist had already covered all of his vision, Jian Ming still remained indifferent. Bang! The next moment, a clear muffled sound appeared. The enormous golden-colored fist, which was a couple of times larger than Jian Ming's entire body, was forcefully stopped a couple of inches from Jian Ming's face. Regardless of how Xiao Yan used all his strength, his metal fist was unable to advance even an inch forward. What? Xiao Yan's heart was suddenly startled when he saw this scene. He did not expect that his all-out attack would not even be able to touch Jian Ming's body. The terror of an elite Do Di was obvious from this. He, brat, your courage is commendable. However, you think too highly of yourself. Do you think that you, a mere bandit, will have the chance to hurt me? What a joke. He. Jian Ming involuntarily laughed out loud when he saw the expression on Xiao Yan's face. The corner of his mouth was lifted into a savage smile as he laughed sternly. You are unable to even break the protective sword aura of this D. On what basis do you say that you want to kill me? Don't tell me that you want to rely on this mouth of yours. He. If I don't try, how will I know if I can break it? Xiao Yan's expression was grave as he snorted coldly. He immediately waved his large hand and a dense white, heavenly flame immediately spluttered out from all over his body. It transformed into numerous lines of fire that swiftly wrapped around Jian Ming in front of him. The temperature of the place suddenly rose the moment the heavenly flame surged out. The originally neutral air suddenly became dry, causing the breathing of everyone in the city to become a little dry. This heavenly flame is a little different from the other heavenly flames in his body. Wu Jitian frowned and reached out to grab the air in front of him. He could not help but exclaim when he felt the scorching temperature in the air. Indeed, this brat is really strange. Looking at the power of his bone-chilling flame, it is obvious that it is not the main body. However, if it is compared to other seed flames, it is much stronger. Chen Zhen nodded slightly when he heard this. With his spiritual strength, the results of his investigation were clearly much clearer than Wu Jitian's. However, he was also unable to pinpoint the difference between the bone-chilling fire and the bone-chilling fire. The most mysterious thing about this little friend is how he fused the heavenly flames in his body together. Although this old man has heard of some cultivation methods that can fuse 2 or 3 heavenly flames together, to be able to fuse almost all of the heavenly flames together like this, isn't this too heaven-defying? Yi Luotian narrowed his old eyes as he stared deeply at the bone-freezing flame on Xiao Yan's body. He stroked his white beard with one hand and placed the other behind his back as he chuckled. On the other side, the dense white heavenly flame wrapped around Jian Ming, causing him to look like a fire cocoon from the outside. Although he had a sword aura protecting his body, the frighteningly high temperature of the bone-chilling flame still caused Jian Ming to suffer even though he was separated by the sword aura. Moreover, under the continuous burning of the heavenly flame, Jian Ming could clearly sense that his protective sword aura was being incessantly burned. The terror of the heavenly flame was enough to break through his protective sword aura in a short period of time. Xiao Yan also took advantage of this opportunity. His enormous body suddenly danced as his fist violently smashed against the sword aura that was wrapped by the heavenly flame. Bang! Jian Ming's body, which was wrapped by the heavenly flame, instantly shot out like a football when the fist landed. Xiao Yan took a step forward and used the sky extinction steps once again. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived above Jian Ming's head. His mountain-like body suddenly turned as a whip leg violently smashed against the sword aura from top to bottom. Bang! With a loud bang, Jian Ming's body was like a cannonball as it violently smashed into the city below, stirring up dust that filled the sky. Ha! Xiao Yan roared at the sky. His body moved once again and instantly fell into the city below. Bang! 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 Hundreds of heavy hammers struck consecutively. However, the sword aura shield around Jian Ming's body was still intact. Ha! When Xiao Yan once again threw a punch, an intense sword glow suddenly shot out from under the thin heavenly flame. The sword was pointed at Xiao Yan. The eyes of the golden giant that Xiao Yan had transformed into hardened. His body twisted and he actually dodged the sword. At the same time, his other idle left hand suddenly clenched into a fist as it violently smashed towards Jian Ming. Bang! Ha! Unlike before, this time, the huge fist that Xiao Yan had thrown out was blocked by an arm that was as thin as a chopstick. It was Jian Ming. Humph, Xiao Yan, this emperor gave you 500 moves. Unfortunately, you were unable to break through this emperor's protective sword aura. You have let this emperor down, roar. Before Jian Ming could finish his sentence, Xiao Yan suddenly extended his right hand. As if he was catching a loach, he grabbed Jian Ming, who had yet to finish speaking, in his palm. Octane blast. A thunderous roar spread out. A terrifying aura condensed into an invisible storm that swept away all the gravel and dust within 1,000 feet of Xiao Yan. At the same time, Xiao Yan also raised his right fist that was holding Jian Ming. When the latter regained his senses, he fiercely smashed his fist into the huge pit in front of him. Following the shout, when Jian Ming regained his senses, Xiao Yan had already thrown out dozens of punches. Bang! Once again, the attack from Xiao Yan's hand was blocked by Jian Ming. Jian Ming blocked Xiao Yan's attack with one hand. He looked at the sword aura that was wrapped around his body and was on the verge of shattering. He could not help but be shocked by Xiao Yan's violence. With just his flesh and blood, he was able to unleash such a terrifying attack that almost shattered his protective sword aura. In his knowledge, other than Wu Jitian, no one else could compare to such a terrifying physical cultivation. Humph, Xiao Yan, you have really caused this D to look at you in a different light. Octane blast. Bang! Xiao Yan's attack was once again blocked by Jian Ming. The latter snorted coldly and laughed ruthlessly. What, after the first time, do you still expect a second time? Bang! Even though Jian Ming's heart was filled with disdain and ridicule, Xiao Yan once again ruthlessly kicked his face just as the words were about to leave his mouth. This time around, not only was Jian Ming sent flying, but even the protective sword aura around him was finally broken. Seeing this scene, not only the surrounding crowd, but even Wu Jitian and the others in the distance could not help but feel stunned in their hearts. Jian Ming had expected that Xiao Yan would use both his fists. However, he seemed to have forgotten that he still had a pair of legs that were even more overbearing. This time around, Jian Ming had indeed thought too highly of himself and had been careless. Otherwise, with his strength as a Dou Di, how could Xiao Yan have caused him to repeatedly suffer losses? It was because Jian Ming had looked down on his enemy that he had repeatedly been defeated by Xiao Yan. At the end of the day, this could be considered as him asking for it. Bastard! Do you really think that you are able to contend against this D? This kick had broken through Jian Ming's protective sword aura and also seemed to have completely awakened him. Finally, a terrifying aura that had been suppressed for a long time swiftly swept out in all directions with Jian Ming's body as the epicenter when Jian Ming stood up unscathed. At the same time his voice sounded, for enormous swords that towered into the sky also swiftly rose from the ground around Xiao Yan's body, surrounding him within. Surrounded by walls, Xiao Yan lifted his gaze and looked at the sky above. That was his only way out at this moment. Xiao Yan's feet arched slightly as he prepared to jump out of the cage. Humph, trying to hide? It won't be so easy. Having already seen through Xiao Yan's intention, Jianming coldly snorted. The seal in his hand changed and another enormous sword swiftly formed above Xiao Yan's head. It was just waiting for Jianming's order to cut Xiao Yan in half. Sixth Style, Sword Seal. Chapter 377. Die. The frightening wind from the fist violently struck Jianming's face. At the same time that it brought about waves of piercing pain, it also caused him to feel suffocated. However, Jianming's face appeared incomparably calm in the face of Xiao Yan's all-out attack. Even though the enormous golden fist had already covered all of his vision, Jianming still remained indifferent. Bang! The next moment, a clear muffled sound appeared. The enormous golden-colored fist, which was a couple of times larger than Jianming's entire body, was forcefully stopped a couple of inches from Jianming's face. Regardless of how Xiao Yan used all his strength, his metal fist was unable to advance even an inch forward. What? Xiao Yan's heart was suddenly startled when he saw this scene. He did not expect that his all-out attack would not even be able to touch Jianming's body. The terror of an elite Dou Di was obvious from this. He, brat, your courage is commendable. However, aren't you thinking too highly of yourself? Do you think that you, a mere bandit, have the chance to hurt me? What a joke. He. Jianming involuntarily laughed out loud when he saw the expression on Xiao Yan's face. The corner of his mouth was lifted into a savage smile as he laughed sternly. You are unable to even break the protective sword aura of this D. On what basis do you say that you want to kill me? Don't tell me that you want to rely on this mouth of yours. He. If I don't try, how would I know if I can break it? Xiao Yan's expression was solemn as he snorted coldly. He immediately waved his large hand and a dense white, heavenly flame immediately spluttered out from all over his body. It transformed into numerous lines of fire that swiftly wrapped around Jianming in front of him. The temperature of the place suddenly rose the moment the heavenly flame surged out. The originally neutral air suddenly became dry, causing the breathing of everyone in the city to become a little dry. This heavenly flame is a little different from the other heavenly flames in his body. Wuxia frowned and reached out to grab the air in front of him. He could not help but exclaim when he felt the scorching temperature in the air. Indeed, this brat is really strange. Looking at the power of his bone-chilling flame, it is obvious that it is not the main body. However, if it is compared to other seed flames, it is much stronger. Chenjun nodded slightly when he heard this. With his spiritual strength, the results of his investigation were clearly much clearer than Wuxia's. However, he was also unable to pinpoint the difference between the bone-chilling fire and the bone-chilling fire. The most mysterious thing about this little friend is how he fused the heavenly flames in his body together. Although this old man has heard of some cultivation methods that can fuse 2 or 3 heavenly flames together, to be able to fuse almost all of the heavenly flames together like this, isn't this too heaven-defying? Yi Luotian narrowed his old eyes as he stared deeply at the bone-freezing flame on Xiao Yan's body. He stroked his white beard with one hand and placed the other behind his back as he chuckled. On the other side, the dense white heavenly flame wrapped around Jianming, causing him to appear like a fire cocoon from the outside. Although he had a sword aura protecting his body, the frighteningly high temperature of the bone-chilling flame still caused Jianming to suffer even though he was separated by the sword aura. Moreover, under the continuous burning of the heavenly flame, Jianming could clearly sense that his protective sword aura was being continuously burned. The frightening heavenly flame was enough to break through his protective sword aura in a short period of time. Xiao Yan also took advantage of this opportunity. His enormous body suddenly danced as a fist violently smashed against the sword aura that was wrapped by the heavenly flame. Bang! Jianming's body, which was wrapped by the heavenly flame, instantly shot out like a football when the fist landed. Xiao Yan took a step forward and used the sky extinction steps once again. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived above Jianming's head. His mountain-like body suddenly turned as a whip leg violently smashed against the sword aura from top to bottom. Bang! With a loud bang, Jian Ming's body was like a cannonball as it violently smashed into the city below, stirring up dust that filled the sky. Ha! Xiao Yan roared at the sky. His body moved once again and instantly fell into the city below. Bang! 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 Hundreds of heavy hammers struck consecutively. However, the sword aura shield around Jian Ming's body was still intact. Ha! When Xiao Yan once again threw a punch, an intense sword glow suddenly shot out from under the thin heavenly flame. The sword was pointed at Xiao Yan. The eyes of the golden giant that Xiao Yan had transformed into hardened. His body twisted and he actually dodged the sword. At the same time, his other idle left hand suddenly clenched into a fist and violently smashed towards Jian Ming. Bang! Huh! Unlike before, this time, the huge fist that Xiao Yan had thrown out was blocked by an arm that was as thin as a chopstick. It was Jian Ming. Humph, Xiao Yan, this emperor gave you 500 moves. Unfortunately, you were unable to break through this emperor's protective sword aura. You have let this emperor down, roar. Before Jian Ming could finish his sentence, Xiao Yan suddenly extended his right hand. As if he was catching a loach, he grabbed Jian Ming, who had yet to finish speaking, in his palm. Octane blast. A thunderous roar spread out. A terrifying aura condensed into an invisible storm that swept away all the gravel and dust within 1,000 feet of Xiao Yan. At the same time, Xiao Yan also raised his right fist that was holding Jian Ming. When the latter regained his senses, he fiercely smashed his fist into the huge pit in front of him. Following the shout, when Jian Ming regained his senses, Xiao Yan had already thrown out dozens of punches. Bang! Once again, the attack from Xiao Yan's hand was blocked by Jian Ming. Jian Ming blocked Xiao Yan's attack with one hand and looked at the sword aura that was on the verge of shattering around him. He could not help but be shocked by Xiao Yan's violence. With just a body of flesh and blood, he was able to unleash such a terrifying attack that almost shattered his protective sword aura. In his knowledge, other than Wu Jitian, no one else could compare to such a terrifying physical cultivation. Humph, Xiao Yan, you have really caused this D to look at you in a different light. Octane blast. Bang! Xiao Yan's attack was once again blocked by Jian Ming. The latter snorted coldly and laughed ruthlessly. What, after the first time, do you still expect a second time? Bang! Even though Jian Ming's heart was filled with disdain and ridicule, Xiao Yan once again ruthlessly kicked his face just as the words were about to leave his mouth. This time around, not only was Jian Ming sent flying, but even the protective sword aura around him was finally broken. Seeing this scene, not only the surrounding crowd, but even Wu Jitian and the others in the distance could not help but feel stunned in their hearts. Jian Ming had expected that Xiao Yan would use both his fists. However, he seemed to have forgotten that Xiao Yan still had a pair of legs that were even more overbearing. This time around, Jian Ming had indeed thought too highly of himself and had been careless. Otherwise, with his strength as a Dou Di, how could Xiao Yan have caused him to repeatedly suffer losses? It was because Jian Ming had looked down on his enemy that he had repeatedly been defeated by Xiao Yan. At the end of the day, this could be considered as him asking for it. Get lost. Do you really think that you are able to contend against this D? This kick had broken through Jian Ming's protective sword aura and also seemed to have completely awakened him. Finally, a terrifying aura that had been suppressed for a long time swiftly swept out in all directions with Jian Ming's body as the epicenter when Jian Ming stood up unscathed. At the same time his voice sounded, for enormous swords that towered into the sky also swiftly rose from the ground around Xiao Yan's body, surrounding him within. Xiao Yan lifted his gaze and looked at the sky above him. That was his only way out at this moment. Xiao Yan's feet arched slightly as he prepared to jump out of the cage. Humph, trying to hide? It won't be so easy. Having already seen through Xiao Yan's intention, Jian Ming coldly snorted. The seal in his hand changed and another enormous sword swiftly formed above Xiao Yan's head. It was just waiting for Jian Ming's order to cut Xiao Yan in half. Sixth Style, Sword Seal. Chapter 378. The vast and mighty sword aura spread apart like a wave under the cry. The four enormous swords surrounding Xiao Yan trembled intensely. The ground cracked as the invisible sword aura unleashed a frightening pressure on Xiao Yan from all directions. This was especially the case with Xiao Yan's current King Kong glass body. It was impossible for him to dodge the suppression of the sword aura. Xiao Yan's body, which had leaped upward, was involuntarily paused in midair under the encirclement of the sword aura. Attempting to charge out of the encirclement was akin to ascending to heaven. This was especially the case after the enormous sword above Xiao Yan's head was formed. It was even more impossible for Xiao Yan to dodge this attack from Jian Ming. Jian Ming. You have repeatedly challenged this pavilion chief's bottom line. Do you really think that there is no one in my Yunin pavilion? Luo Jin suddenly took a step forward. Zhang Yi by his side followed closely behind. The pressure of a two-star Do Di immediately swept out and swept toward Jian Ming and the others on the opposite side. Luo Jin's expression instantly became grave when he saw that Jian Ming had actually used the sixth move of his seven-sword skill, Sword Seal, which was famous for sealing off one's escape route. At the same time, a cluster of fierce fury suddenly rose from the bottom of his heart. A pair of dark black eyes were about to spew out a scarlet flame. At this moment, the strength that Jian Ming had unleashed had clearly exceeded his strength by 20%. After repeatedly witnessing Xiao Yan's heaven-defying strength, Jian Ming clearly did not intend to let Xiao Yan leave alive. He wanted to eliminate all future troubles. If Xiao Yan did not die today, he would definitely become a great threat to their four sects in the future. Even if it was for the sake of their own survival, Jian Ming believed that Chen Zhen and the other two behind him would definitely not sit back and do nothing. TSK, Pavilion Chief, things have already come to this point. Don't tell me that you still hope to use your background to suppress our four sects. If the person behind you was here today, the four of us would really not dare to touch Xiao Yan. Unfortunately, Jian Ming's tone was dark and stern as he coldly laughed. At the same time, the Do Qi within his body swiftly surged. The four enormous swords that sealed Xiao Yan also glowed brightly. Wave after wave of vast and mighty pressure continued to spread from them, firmly suppressing Xiao Yan within that narrow space. Humph, Pavilion Chief, we originally did not intend to be enemies with you. As long as you do not interfere in this matter today, the four of us will naturally leave once we have finished off Xiao Yan. However, if you insist on using the Yunin Pavilion's signboard to suppress us, don't blame us for fighting to the death with you. Chen Zhen's expression was cold as he faced Luo Jin. He gently stepped forward and a faint pressure spread out, completely blocking Zhang Yi's aura. At the same time, an invisible pressure turned into a circle that surrounded Zhang Yi and Luo Jin within it. In this way, any small action from the two of them would not be missed by Chen Zhen. It was just as Jian Ming had thought. Although Xiao Yan's current strength was insufficient to fight against them, his age was still there. Additionally, his strength far exceeded his own cultivation. Chen Zhen did not doubt that if they allowed Xiao Yan to continue growing, it was likely that the four of them would not be a match for him in the future even if they joined forces. They had done quite a lot of things to nip any possibility of a threat in the bud. On the other side, the moment Jian Ming's cry sounded, the enormous sword above Xiao Yan's head emitted a dazzling white glow at this moment, causing everyone present to be unable to open their eyes. Sword Seal. Under the order, the golden-colored enormous sword, which emitted a dazzling white glow, violently smashed down like a meteorite falling from the sky at this moment. Xiao Yan, who was surrounded from all sides, had no way of dodging this frightening attack. Once this sword really landed on his body, he would definitely die today. At the same time, however, a feeling of helplessness rose in Xiao Yan's heart. This attack of Jian Ming had displayed his true strength. Faced with an attack from an 8-star Do Di, it was impossible for Xiao Yan to block it with his current strength. Hence, if nothing unexpected happened, Xiao Yan would definitely die in Jian Ming's hands today. I can't care so much. No matter what happens today, I must first block these four lunatics. No matter what, I want Xiao Yan to live. Luo Jin was finally unable to endure any longer when he saw that Xiao Yan was in danger. He waved his hand and the greater one-star plate, which was on the verge of shattering, once again appeared in his hand. All the dou qi in his body poured into the greater one-star plate in his hand at this moment. A cream-white glow immediately surged out from the star plate, transforming into numerous cream-white light ribbons that swiftly charged toward Qinzhen's aura. At the same time, Zhang Yi by the side also swiftly danced with a solemn expression. Numerous complicated seals were swiftly formed as an ancient aura swiftly agglomerated in his palm. Huh! Sensing the aura between Zhang Yi's palms, even Wu Jitian and Yi Luo Tian, who had been sitting and watching, involuntarily turned their eyes over. Clearly, even though they were high-class dou di, they could not help but be a little moved when faced with this dou skill in Zhang Yi's hand. Spirit class dou skill, Wu Jitian's eyes flickered as he spoke in a deep voice. This dou skill is likely an extremely extraordinary existence even among the spirit class dou skills. Elder Qinzhen narrowed his eyes. This kind of dou skill was something that even they did not possess. It was unexpected that an ordinary elder of Yunin Pavilion would possess it. This also indirectly explained the strength of Yunin Pavilion to them. Silent extermination palm. Zhang Yi ignored the surprise of these few people. When the explosive cry from his mouth sounded, an enormous dark black palm immediately appeared in the empty space above his head. It carried an incomparably vast and mighty aura as it violently smashed toward Qinzhen. Even though this was the case, Qinzhen's expression remained calm. Although the spirit class dou skill was powerful, the gap in strength between him and Zhang Yi was not something that could be easily made up for with just one dou skill. A dou di was not comparable to a ban di. At this level, only those who possessed truly great strength could dominate the battlefield. Cuckoo, Zhang Yi, you really make the old me envious. You, a 2-star dou di, actually possess a spirit class dou skill. Unfortunately, although the dou skill is quite good, it is ultimately unable to unleash its true strength in your hands. Qinzhen stared enviously at the pitch-black heaven-towering palm, but a faint smile emerged from his mouth. Of course, the thing that surprises the old me the most is that since you have already displayed this dou skill, it is unexpected that you would actually point it at me. Don't tell me that you don't know that my defense is the strongest among the 4 of us. Today, the old me will let you witness the skills of a rank 5 formation master. A thought passed through Qinzhen's mind as his cold laughter sounded. Immediately, a vast and frightening spiritual strength swiftly surged out from between his brows. It swiftly agglomerated into a mysterious large formation under Zhang Yi and Luo Jin's feet. This is bad. Quickly retreat. Luo Jin's pale face immediately changed drastically when he saw this. Although he reacted in time, it was ultimately too late. The moment Luo Jin's words left his mouth, the mysterious large golden formation had already been completely formed. Numerous golden light pillars with a diameter of 1 meter rose from the large formation and surrounded the 2 of them. 9 Heavenly Lightning Prison Formation, activate. The lightning prison formation was activated. Purgatory sighed. In today's battle, not only Xiao Yan, but even Luo Jin would have difficulty escaping death. Chapter 379. The expression on Xiao Yan's face, which was covered by the golden light, was extremely grave as he sensed the powerful sword aura pouncing toward him. Although he had yet to truly come into contact with the might of the enormous sword, just the aura that seeped out was enough to allow Xiao Yan to sense a dense aura of death. This kind of real aura was not only created by the frightening strength of the sword. Most of it was formed from the resentment that had accumulated on it after it had been used and fought countless times. It was difficult to imagine just how many experts had been killed by this enormous sword. The grave expression on Xiao Yan's face became denser the greater the might of this enormous sword. Even the usually fearless Xiao Yan involuntarily felt a sense of helplessness rising from his heart in the face of an elite dou di. A ban di and a dou di were indeed 2 completely different levels. Even though their concepts were similar, the gap between them was like the gap between the heavens and the earth. With Xiao Yan's current strength, he would have difficulty dealing with a 9-star ban di, much less an elite dou di in front of him. Was this the end of his journey? Xiao Yan muttered unwillingly in his heart. The dense white heavenly flame that rose on his body dimmed. His body softened, and Xiao Yan's small mountain-like body began to fall uncontrollably like a small boat under the wind pressure. If one lost confidence in one's body, all of one's strength would be in vain. If one's bones turned soft, how would one be able to stand up even if one's entire body was filled with muscles? Brat, are you really such a coward? Gu Yu's stern cry suddenly rose from the bottom of Xiao Yan's heart as he powerlessly fell to the ground. At this moment, the only person who could rationally face all of this was likely Gu Yu, who was within Xiao Yan's body. However, unlike in the past, Gu Yu's words did not cause the expression on Xiao Yan's face to improve. The emotions in his heart had become incomparably low. Old Gu, there is no need for you to say anything more. I have really done my best. Perhaps this is my limit. This junior Xiao Yan will likely disappoint you. Xiao Yan's tightly clenched hands slowly relaxed. He seemed to have given up on the last trace of unwillingness in his heart. He had abandoned all resistance. He had already been completely defeated in front of absolute strength. There was no room for negotiation. At the same time, Xiao Yan's heart clearly understood that Gu Yu would not intervene this time around. He would not pitifully beg Gu Yu to intervene. Xiao Yan's strength, after all. Xiao Yan could not rely on Xiao Yan's strength to help him. Xiao Yan could not rely on Gu Yu. It's fine if you die, but don't tell me you want to implicate your brother. Open your eyes and take a look. Luo Jin is going all out to block the attacks of the formation. Even though he is seriously injured, he has never thought of giving up. He is doing all of this for you. Yet, look at you. You are actually giving up so easily. In that case, won't all of his efforts be wasted? Gu Yu's furious reprimand once again sounded in Xiao Yan's heart. This caused Xiao Yan to feel guilty and involuntarily stir a little. Xiao Yan lifted his eyes. He looked through the enormous swords formed from Do Qi and looked at the battleground where Luo Jin was fighting. Luo Jin, who was in the battleground, was repeatedly dodging with the pale-faced Zhang Yi beside him. Although Zhang Yi was also an elite Do Di, he was ultimately unable to resist an 8-star Do Di. At this moment, the two of them could only barely dodge the repeated attacks of the formation. During this period of time, Luo Jin had been injured by the light pillars of the formation due to his weaker strength. At this moment, not only was his aura weak, but his body was also swaying as he dodged. If not for Zhang Yi's protection, it was likely that he would have been unable to endure any longer. However, from the looks of the attacks of the formation, Chen Zhen had clearly held back. After all, the person in front of him was the chief of the Yunin Pavilion. No matter how one put it, he was not someone who could be easily killed. Chen Zhen did not doubt that if he were to really kill Luo Jin, it was likely that his refining god's sect would be destroyed today, not even tomorrow. Hence, on the whole, Chen Zhen was merely trapping the two of them within the formation. He did not have any intention of killing them. However, at this moment, this was a different situation in Xiao Yan's eyes. Luo Jin was on the verge of death. This caused a fury to once again rise in Xiao Yan's eyes. Even though this was the case, he was unable to truly erupt. However, Xiao Yan's relaxed hand was once again curled up. All of this naturally fell into Gu Yu's eyes. This, just treat it as me harming Luo Jin. If there is an afterlife, I will definitely use my life to repay him, Xiao Yan bitterly muttered in his heart. Humph. Afterlife? What a great afterlife. You may not care about Luo Jin, but are you going to ignore your ancestor as well? He did everything he could to make you who you are today. Why? Is this how you repay him? Gu Yu once again cried out sternly. At the same time, the emotions in Xiao Yan's heart fluctuated even more after his words sounded. He slowly lifted his lowered head. The fury in his eyes burned even more intensely. The golden light on the King Kong glass body flickered. The dim white heavenly flame gradually rose at this moment. It was just like a towering ancient tree that had been ignited. It was as if the rising flame would spurt out with just a slight provocation, and the entire world would be melted. The greater the emotional fluctuation in Xiao Yan's heart, the happier Gu Yu within his body was. He had said so much for this. Most of the time, one's potential was developed during an intense battle. However, that was merely the development of one's external potential. In comparison, a powerful heart could allow Xiao Yan to become stronger from the inside out. At this moment, the result that Guyu wanted could be considered to have been achieved. Now, all that was left was this final opportunity. As long as the strength in Xiao Yan's heart was unleashed, do you believe that the strength that Xiao Yan would unleash this time around would surpass his previous peak? Soon after, before the emotional fluctuation in Xiao Yan's heart could calm down, Guyu opened his mouth once again. Moreover, have you forgotten about your family? Your wife, your children, your father, and your teacher. They are all waiting for the day that you return with great expectations. However, you have chosen to give up when you have just begun. You have abandoned everything. Are you going to abandon them as well? If your family members break through and come here in the future, what will they do when they are similarly faced with life and death? If you give up, it will be equivalent to destroying their hopes. If you do not become stronger, you will never be able to protect your family. No. Guyu's decisive cry had just sounded when the quiet and unmoving Xiao Yan suddenly lifted his head. Xiao Yan, who was like a giant god, suddenly lifted his head in front of everyone's shocked eyes. A hoarse, earth-shaking roar was emitted from his mouth. The roar was like thunder. Although no douqi was poured in, there was still an invisible strength that broke through the wind and clouds. It even blocked the enormous sword that was swiftly descending for an instant. At this moment, a countless number of people felt shocked. Even the sect leaders of the 4 large sects could not help but turn their gazes toward Xiao Yan. In the next moment, Xiao Yan's body, which was covered by a dense white heavenly flame, suddenly shook in front of everyone's shocked eyes. The heavenly flame swiftly spread from under his feet and incinerated the large swords around him. At the same time, Xiao Yan's 2 enormous golden hands were swiftly lifted. His palms collided and his 10 fingers moved together. Numerous complicated seals were swiftly formed by Xiao Yan's hands. The heavenly flame within Xiao Yan's body also surged. Skyfire 3 Mysterious Change. First change. After the thunder-like cry sounded, a cluster of brilliant heavenly flames swiftly rose in front of Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan widened his mouth and swallowed it into his stomach. At the same time, the seals in his hands did not pause. Soon after, a second cry was emitted from Xiao Yan's mouth. Skyfire 3 Mysterious Change, Second Change. This time around, the flame that rose in front of Xiao Yan was the D flame, which was ranked first on the heavenly flame ranking. Xiao Yan did not hesitate as he swallowed it. Skyfire 3 Mysterious Change, Third Change. Bang! The dense white heavenly flame rose in front of Xiao Yan with a frighteningly high temperature. This was Guyu's bone-chilling flame. With Guyu's actual body in front of him, the bone-chilling flame in front of Xiao Yan was even stronger than the previous 2. At the same time, the strength that Xiao Yan obtained after using it would naturally become incomparably frightening. However, whether he could block this large sword was another matter. Chapter 380. At this moment, Xiao Yan, who was originally trapped by the 4 enormous swords, no longer possessed the dispirited aura from before. Instead, it was replaced by a ruthless aura that resembled that of a demonic beast. His unwillingness and reluctance to part with his loved ones and friends had been completely ignited by Guyu's words. At the same time that Xiao Yan was rapidly executing the Skyfire 3 Mysterious Change, Xiao Yan's mountain-like body was also violently trembling. The violent emotions in his heart caused him to be like an ignited barrel of dynamite. Every time he breathed, the wind and clouds in this region would surge. The instant Xiao Yan swallowed the bone-chilling flame, a berserk aura frantically surged from Xiao Yan's body. Xiao Yan's cultivation also rapidly soared from the level of a 5-star half-martial emperor. In an instant, Xiao Yan's aura had actually broken through the level of an 8-star half-martial emperor and stepped into the level of a 9-star half-martial emperor. Even though this was only a temporary increase in strength, Xiao Yan still could not help but feel a fanaticism. Even though his state of mind was somewhat absent-minded, the fanaticism on Xiao Yan's face grew even denser. In the end, the aura within Xiao Yan's body stopped at the level of a 9-star half-martial emperor. The enormous gap between a half-martial emperor and a Dou emperor was not something that could be bridged by merely using a secret technique. However, the nearly crazy Xiao Yan was clearly not satisfied with this. After attempting to squeeze out the power of the heavenly flame again and again, Xiao Yan finally let out a hoarse roar like that of a demonic beast. At this moment, the Dou Emperor's bloodline in his body suddenly surged. With the addition of his bloodline's power and the Skyfire 3 mysterious change, Xiao Yan's aura finally increased once again. However, compared to earlier, even though Xiao Yan had activated his bloodline's power, he had already crossed the barrier between a half-martial emperor and a Dou emperor. After all, the gap between the two was simply too enormous. Even with the support of his bloodline's power, Xiao Yan's aura was still only that of an advanced 9-star half-martial emperor. Roar! Xiao Yan seemed to be unwilling to give up. He had already used all his methods, but his strength still couldn't reach the level he wanted. This made him even more furious. At the same time, Ling Tian's giant sword came crashing down on Xiao Yan's head. It was already too late for Xiao Yan to make any other moves. Humph. Brat, stop trying to mystify things here. You're just relying on a secret technique. Do you really think you can contend against me? Jian Ming's expression involuntarily changed when he saw that the aura within Xiao Yan's body had once again become turbulent. However, the difference in their strength was obvious. He was not too concerned about the change in Xiao Yan's strength. From Jian Ming's point of view, regardless of how Xiao Yan jumped around, he would not be able to escape death. He did not believe that with Xiao Yan's little strength, Xiao Yan would not be able to survive under his Dou technique that caused even an elite Dou Di to tremble in fear. As for resisting, Jian Ming did not even think about it. Hoo! The tip of the golden sword came crashing down. The sharp sword aura cut apart the thick white heavenly flame on the surface of Xiao Yan's body, revealing Xiao Yan's body under the heavenly flame. Sensing the sword aura above his head, Xiao Yan raised his head. He felt as though his head was being cut by an invisible strength. An icy cold feeling gradually invaded his heart. Die! Jian Ming's face was ferocious. The aura of the golden sword became even more frightening under his control. The golden glow that it emitted also became increasingly glaring. Ha! A thunder-like sharp cry sounded. Xiao Yan's large hands were suddenly waved. Both of his arms shook and parted to both sides. The heavenly flame behind him surged out and agglomerated into numerous thick white flame swirls in the empty space around Xiao Yan's body. The flame swirls had just been formed when Xiao Yan immediately waved both of his arms. His large arms carried a hoo-hoop sound of rushing wind. The heavenly flame rose on both of his arms. As the wind blew, the flame flew. Xiao Yan's two arms were like a pair of enormous flame wings. They moved against the wind, giving off a feeling of being towering over the world. At the same time that Xiao Yan's two large palms violently slammed together, the heavenly flame swept out. Numerous thick flame-light pillars suddenly soared into the sky from the flame swirls around him. They met the enormous sword that was descending toward Xiao Yan's head. Ga, you really don't know your limits. You actually dare to receive this D-sword seal. You are really seeking death. The corner of Jian Ming's mouth was involuntarily lifted into a mocking smile when he saw that Xiao Yan was actually using offense as defense and had no intention of retreating. This sword seal of his had killed an unknown number of elite Dou Di. At this moment, Xiao Yan in front of him, a mere Ban Di, would not be able to block his sword seal even if he added the various Dou techniques on his body. However, Xiao Yan, who was currently in a furious state, naturally did not have the mood to care whether he could block it or not. He would only do his best to face any battle head-on. Although the aura of the heavenly flame light pillar was not weak, it could not avoid being cut apart under the sharpness of the enormous sword. By the time the heavenly flame disappeared and the energy of the flame light pillar was completely exhausted, the golden glow that covered Ling Tian's enormous sword did not change. Instead, its sharp aura became even more overbearing. Wave after wave of invisible sword aura swept apart. Within this space of the four walls, it formed an even more vast and mighty energy wave that smashed toward Xiaoyan. Roar! A wild and furious beast-like roar shook the sky. Xiaoyan raised his head. A heavenly flame spat out from his pair of flickering golden eyes. With each breath that Xiaoyan took, there would be waves of fire sweeping out from his mouth and nose. Under the golden light, Xiaoyan's face was ferocious. There was an arrogant expression between his brows. Suddenly, Xiaoyan raised both of his palms to his chest. His 10 fingers moved together. Each time his fingertips collided, there would be a circle of invisible energy spreading out, causing the space around Xiaoyan to tremble unceasingly. At the same time, the wild and violent energy that was agglomerated from the heavenly flame within Xiaoyan's body also swiftly gathered in Xiaoyan's palms. Following each breath that Xiaoyan took, everyone in the area could sense the empty space trembling and the land trembling because of it. Ancient. Emperor. Seal. When Xiaoyan spat out these 3 words one by one with a deep tone, a deep aura, like a hidden dragon emerging from the sea, spread out from Xiaoyan's palm. At the same time, a dazzling golden light condensed into a mysterious golden seal in Xiaoyan's broad right palm. It covered Xiaoyan's entire right palm. In the next instant, just as the enormous sword was about to land on Xiaoyan's head, Xiaoyan's right palm suddenly struck out. The golden seal in his hand left his palm and expanded rapidly. Immediately after, the golden seal carried a vast and mighty aura and violently collided with the enormous sword. Boom! The instant the golden seal and the enormous sword collided, a terrifying Douqi wave immediately surged out from the point of collision, reverberating within this narrow space. The enormous sword shook and a terrifying pressure immediately pressed down like Mount Tai. The enormous golden seal also involuntarily sank slightly. Xiaoyan's expression immediately became ugly. Roar! Xiaoyan's entire body shook violently, scattering the Douqi wave that was attacking him. At the same time, Douqi wildly surged in his palm. His face was ferocious as he forcefully blocked the enormous sword. However, Xiaoyan's actions were destined to not be a long-term solution. Even if he used all his strength, he would definitely not be a match for the sword attack of an elite Dou Di. At this moment, the reason he was able to block this sword was because Jianming had yet to truly use the strength of this sword seal. At this moment, just the strength of this sword sinking and the sword aura that it contained had already caused Xiaoyan to have such a difficult time. It was difficult to imagine whether Xiaoyan would have the chance to block it if the strength of this enormous sword were to truly erupt. Crack! A moment later, a crack line suddenly appeared on the enormous golden seal. The tip of the sword, which was emitting a dazzling golden glow, pierced into it. A frightening, enormous force poured down and Xiaoyan's body, which was suspended in midair, immediately sank significantly. Even the enormous golden seal also began to tremble intensely at this moment. Xiaoyan, with this little strength of yours, even if I were to give you more secret techniques, they would ultimately be nothing more than empty bravado. They are all talk but no form. At the end of the day, you are still a useless person. Jianming's face involuntarily revealed a surprised expression when he saw that Xiaoyan was actually able to block his sword. However, when that crack line appeared on the golden seal, Jianming's face was once again replaced with a disdainful ridicule. Alright, I've played enough. Next, I'll let you experience the true power of this emperor's sword seal. After a cold cry was emitted, Jianming waved his 2 fingers. Immediately, the aura on the enormous sword suddenly erupted. A frightening strength instantly pressed down. Xiaoyan's body, which had just stabilized, once again fell uncontrollably. That enormous sword also followed and violently slashed down. Bang! Accompanied by a violent bang, the enormous golden seal in front of Xiaoyan was instantly shattered by the enormous sword. At the same time, Xiaoyan, who was below, couldn't help but immediately spit out a large mouthful of blood. His aura instantly weakened. Die! Xiaoyan's body fell uncontrollably, and the enormous sword followed closely behind. The tip of the sword was aimed at Xiao Yan's chest. The sword wind was sharp and the sword aura surged. Bang! Xiao Yan's body heavily smashed into the ground below. His small mountain-like body smashed into the ground, forming a pit that was dozens of feet deep. Fresh blood sprayed out and the large sword also fell at this moment. Xiao Yan. Little friend Xiao Yan. Within the formation, Luo Jin and Zhang Yi cried out in shock. Luo Jin's hands, which were stained with his own blood, trembled violently as he clenched them together. His expression was hideous. He did not expect that the few people in front of him would be so daring. In the next moment, when Luo Jin saw the enormous sword tip pierce Xiao Yan's chest, the only thought in his mind was, today, he must massacre the 4 sects. Chapter 381. Bang! When Xiao Yan's final punch shattered the huge sword hilt that he was tightly holding in his hand, Xiao Yan's body powerlessly fell backward. Bang! Another bang sounded and the golden light scattered. The King Kong glass body that Xiao Yan was bitterly supporting also scattered at this moment. Xiao Yan's body violently fell from the air and finally landed at the bottom of the huge deep pit below. If not for the bone-chilling flame protecting his body, it was likely that this fall, in addition to the injuries on Xiao Yan's body, would have been enough to take his life. Tisk, tsk, tsk, tsk. This guy actually shattered that sword. Is he really just a bandit? That is an elite Do-di. How did this fellow do it? He is actually able to shatter the weapon that a Do-di had agglomerated. Tisk tsk, don't forget the most important thing. Jian Ming, the Sword Emperor, is the chief of one of the 4 large sects of the Western region. His strength has reached the level of an 8-star Do-di. Even in the entire Western region, the number of people who can contend with him can be counted with one's fingers. That's right. Xiao Yan is actually able to shatter the weapon that the Sword Emperor had agglomerated. Regardless of whether the Sword Emperor had used his full strength or not, Xiao Yan's name will likely spread throughout the Western region after today. Ugh, how unfortunate. Regardless of how strong Xiao Yan is, the chiefs of the 4 large sects have personally stepped forward today. Even if he had 10 lives, it would not be enough for them to kill him. Becoming famous is merely an illusion. What a pity, what a pity. Various discussions and laments were repeatedly emitted from the crowd outside the battleground. Green Jade City, which had originally become quiet because of the big battle, had once again become noisy because of Xiao Yan's collapse. However, compared to the private conversations of the people outside the battleground, Jian Ming's face was gloomy at this moment. He had never expected that Xiao Yan would actually be so valiant. Xiao Yan had risked his life to break his 6th sword seal. However, it was also because of this that Xiao Yan's actions had aroused the killing intent of the 4 sect masters. Xiao Yan had repeatedly created miracles that were completely impossible in their eyes. They no longer had the mood to investigate the reason behind this. At this moment, the 4 elite Do-di only had one thought in their hearts. That was to eliminate Xiao Yan and eliminate all future troubles. Jian Ming, now that things have come to this, could it be that you still want to hold back? An undue delay is fraught with dreams. You should act immediately and kill Xiao Yan to eliminate all future troubles. Chen Zhen's hand under his sleeve suddenly clenched tightly. The 9 heavenly lightning prison formation behind him immediately shot out tens of thousands of dense rays of light. Numerous thick blood-colored thunderbolts soared into the sky. The entire great formation was gradually changed into a strange blood-red color. This was the true form of the 9 heavens lightning prison formation. Chen Zhen. You are really bold. We are the Yunin Pavilion. Once anything happens to our pavilion chief, none of your 4 great sects will be able to survive. Zhang Yi's heart suddenly sank when he saw this scene. He knew that Chen Zhen really intended to kill. Once that happened, it was likely that he and Luo Jin would really be in danger. However, from his point of view, it was nothing if he died. The most important thing was Luo Jin by his side. As an elder of the Yunin Pavilion, Zhang Yi's greatest mission was to ensure Luo Jin's safety. In order to complete this mission, he was even willing to sacrifice his own life. However, Zhang Yi was unwilling to use this method unless he had no other choice. Elder Zhang Yi, don't be foolish. Didn't the pavilion chief say that as long as Xiao Yan dies, he will destroy our 4 great sects? Since we are going to die either way, why not drag someone down with us? Moreover, using the life of a bandit in exchange for 4 of our dodis is a great deal for you. Chen Zhen laughed mockingly when he heard this. His old face was filled with a cold expression. A cold glint shot out from his deep old eyes. The killing intent within them was not hidden at all. Humph. Chen Zhen, do you really dare to kill me? Compared to Zhang Yi by the side, Luo Jin was much calmer at this moment. Luo Jin raised his head with a pale face. His gaze focused on Chen Zhen as he asked in a deep voice. Humph. Elder Chen narrowed his eyes. He flicked his index finger and a golden light instantly shot toward Luo Jin's forehead. The latter's body stiffened and immediately became weak. Pavilion Chief. Seeing this scene, Zhang Yi's old face was immediately filled with shock. He bent his body forward and hurriedly supported Luo Jin. Only when he discovered that the latter had merely fainted did he heave a long sigh of relief in his heart. After helping Luo Jin consume a D-tier medicinal pill, he looked at Chen Zhen with a fierce gaze. However, the latter had already turned his gaze away at this moment. Chen Zhen, looks like that brat guessed correctly. You really don't dare to kill him. Wu Jitian had been observing the situation in the arena. When he saw this, he could not help but quietly laugh at Chen Zhen. Even if you had 10 times the courage, would you dare to kill him? Chen Zhen coldly snorted in response. For the sake of his old life, he did not dare to kill Luo Jin so easily. After all, the latter's identity was too special. Before he had absolute confidence, not only could he not kill Luo Jin even if Luo Jin was about to die, but he also had to save him. As long as he had Luo Jin in his hands, even if the people behind the Yunin Pavilion really came looking for him, he might still have a chance to resist. Otherwise, he would really lose everything. At this moment, Luo Jin had become their protective talisman. As long as they used him to threaten the people from the Yunin Pavilion, they would not dare to do anything to them. When the time came, they just had to force them to swear on the lightning penalty oath and return Luo Jin to them. I have been watching this side the whole time. When you knocked him out, I almost made a move. If I had not noticed it in time, I'm afraid that brat would have had absolute confidence in himself. Seeing Chen Zhen admit it, Wu Jitian chuckled. Under his seemingly rough smile, there was a wisdom that did not match his appearance at all. In this way, not only could he kill Xiao Yan and obtain the sky extinction steps, but he could also avoid being hunted down by the Yunin Pavilion. It was killing 3 birds with 1 stone, so why not? On the other side, Yi Luo Tian looked at the scene with a smile on his face. He stroked his beard with one hand and a pair of bright eyes rolled around in their sockets. An extremely obscure dark light flashed across his deep pupils. Next, there was Jian Ming. Ever since Jian Ming heard Chen Zhen's words, he could not help but recall the time when he was crushed by that mysterious expert. That was a pain that would haunt him for the rest of his life. Even if he spent the rest of his life, he would not be able to erase it. It was also because of this that he did not dare to kill Xiao Yan before he had absolute confidence. However, at this moment, seeing that Luo Jin had been subdued by Chen Zhen, as one of the 4 great sects, he naturally understood the latter's intentions. With an answer in his heart, he would naturally not have any misgivings when he attacked. Xiao Yan, it must be said that you are the first person this D has seen since I started training to be able to struggle for so long under the continuous attacks of a Do D. However, it is also because of this that the more heaven-defying your ability is, the more this D wants to kill you. This is your fate and also the will of the heavens. Therefore, you should obediently die. Jian Ming's face carried disdain as he looked at Xiao Yan, who was lying in the huge pit. A thought passed through his heart and hundreds of sharp swords immediately agglomerated in the air. The sword aura surged. Following Jian Ming's order, the hundreds of swords immediately shot toward Xiao Yan, who was lying in the huge pit below. This time around, Jianming wanted Xiaoyan to die until he could not die. Today, even if the heavens came, Xiaoyan must die in front of him. Swoosh! The hundreds of sharp swords carried a sharp sound of rushing wind as they transformed into numerous rays of light in the empty space. They were like raindrops that filled the sky. In an instant, they had already arrived within 100 feet of Xiaoyan. The invisible sword aura had already left crisscrossing sword scars on the ground around Xiaoyan's body. In the next moment, the long swords had already arrived at Xiaoyan's head. In an instant, Xiaoyan would be completely dead. However, at this moment, a dull yet earth-shaking old voice, which appeared extremely overbearing, suddenly resounded throughout the area. Get lost. Chapter 382. Bang! When Xiaoyan's final punch shattered the huge sword hilt that he was tightly holding in his hand, Xiaoyan's body powerlessly fell backward. Bang! Another bang sounded and the golden light scattered. The King Kong glass body that Xiaoyan was bitterly supporting also scattered at this moment. Xiaoyan's body violently fell from the air and finally landed at the bottom of the huge deep pit below. If it were not for the bone-chilling flame protecting his body, it was likely that this fall, in addition to the injuries on his body earlier, would have been enough to take Xiaoyan's life. Tisk, tsk, tsk, tsk. This guy actually shattered that sword. Is he really just a bandit? That is a do-di. How did this fellow do it? He is actually able to shatter the weapon that a do-di had agglomerated. Tisk tsk, don't forget the most important thing. Jianming, the Sword Emperor, is the chief of one of the 4 large sects of the western region. His strength has reached the level of an 8-star do-di. Even in the entire western region, the number of people who can contend with him can be counted with one's fingers. That's right. Xiaoyan is actually able to shatter the weapon that the Sword Emperor had agglomerated. Regardless of whether the Sword Emperor had used his full strength, Xiaoyan's name will likely spread throughout the western region after today. Ugh, what a pity. Regardless of how strong Xiaoyan is, the chiefs of the 4 large sects have personally stepped forward today. Even if he had 10 lives, it would not be enough for them to kill him. Becoming famous is merely an illusion. What a pity, what a pity. Various discussions and laments were repeatedly emitted from the crowd outside the battleground. Green Jade City, which had originally become quiet because of the big battle, had once again become noisy because of Xiaoyan's collapse. However, compared to the private conversations of the people outside the battleground, Jianming's face was gloomy at this moment. He had never expected that Xiaoyan would actually be so valiant. Xiaoyan had risked his life to break his 6th sword seal. However, it was also because of this that Xiaoyan's actions had aroused the killing intent of the 4 sect masters. Xiaoyan had created miracles that were completely impossible in their eyes time and time again. They no longer had the mood to investigate the reason behind this. At this moment, the 4 elite do-di only had one thought in their hearts. That was to eliminate Xiaoyan and eliminate all future troubles. Jianming, now that things have come to this, could it be that you still want to hold back? A long delay is fraught with dreams. You should act immediately and kill Xiaoyan to eliminate all future troubles. Chen Zhen's hand under his sleeve suddenly clenched tightly. The 9 heavenly lightning prison formation behind him immediately shot out tens of thousands of dense rays of light. Numerous thick blood-colored thunderbolts soared into the sky. The entire great formation was gradually changed into a strange blood-red color. This was the true form of the 9 heavens lightning prison formation. Chen Zhen. You are really bold. We are the Yunin Pavilion. Once anything happens to our pavilion chief, none of your 4 great sects will be able to survive. Zhang Yi's heart suddenly sank when he saw this scene. He knew that Chen Zhen really intended to kill. Once that happened, it was likely that he and Luo Jin would really be in danger. However, from his point of view, it was nothing if he died. The most important thing was Luo Jin by his side. As an elder of the Yunin Pavilion, Zhang Yi's greatest mission was to ensure Luo Jin's safety. In order to complete this mission, he was even willing to pay the price with his life. However, Zhang Yi was unwilling to use this method unless he had no other choice. Elder Zhang Yi, don't be foolish. Didn't the pavilion chief say that as long as Xiao Yan dies, he will destroy our 4 great sects? Since we are going to die either way, why not drag someone down with us? Moreover, using the life of a bandit in exchange for 4 of our dodis is a great deal for you. Chen Zhen laughed mockingly when he heard this. His old face was filled with a cold expression. A cold glint shot out from his deep old eyes. The killing intent within them was not hidden at all. Humph. Chen Zhen, do you really dare to kill me? Compared to Zhang Yi by the side, Luo Jin was much calmer at this moment. Luo Jin raised his head with a pale face. His gaze focused on Chen Zhen as he asked in a deep voice. Humph. Elder Chen narrowed his eyes. He flicked his index finger and a golden light instantly shot toward Luo Jin's forehead. The latter's body stiffened and immediately became weak. Pavilion Chief. Seeing this scene, Zhang Yi's old face was immediately filled with shock. He bent his body forward and hurriedly supported Luo Jin. Only when he discovered that the latter had merely fainted did he heave a long sigh of relief in his heart. After helping Luo Jin consume a D-tier medicinal pill, he looked at Chen Zhen with a fierce gaze. However, the latter had already turned his gaze away at this moment. Chen Zhen, looks like that brat guessed correctly. You really don't dare to kill him. Wu Jitian had been observing the situation in the arena. When he saw this, he could not help but quietly laugh at Chen Zhen. Humph, would you dare to kill him even if you had 10 times the courage? Chen Zhen coldly snorted in response. For the sake of his old life, he did not dare to kill Luo Jin so easily. After all, the latter's identity was too special. Before he had absolute confidence, not only could he not kill Luo Jin even if Luo Jin was about to die, but he also had to save him. As long as he had Luo Jin in his hands, even if the people behind the Yunin Pavilion really came looking for him, he might still have a chance to resist. Otherwise, he would really have nothing left. At this moment, Luo Jin had become their protective talisman. As long as they used him to threaten the people from the Yunin Pavilion, they probably would not dare to do anything to them. When the time came, they just had to force them to swear on the lightning penalty oath and return Luo Jin to them. I have been watching this all this time. When you knocked him out, I almost made a move. If I had not noticed it in time, I'm afraid that brat would have absolute confidence. Seeing that Chen Zhen admitted it, Wu Jitian chuckled. Under his seemingly rough smile, there was a wisdom that did not match his appearance at all. In this way, not only could he kill Xiao Yan and obtain the sky extinction steps, but he could also avoid being hunted down by the Yunin Pavilion. It was killing 3 birds with 1 stone, so why not? On the other side, Yi Luo Tian looked at the scene with a smile on his face. He stroked his beard with one hand and a pair of bright eyes rolled around in their sockets. An extremely obscure light flashed across his deep pupils. Next, there was Jian Ming. Ever since Jian Ming heard Chen Zhen's words, he could not help but recall the time when he was crushed by that mysterious expert. That was the pain of his life. Even if he used his entire life, he would not be able to erase it. It was also because of this that he did not dare to kill Xiao Yan before he had absolute confidence. However, at this moment, seeing that Luo Jin had been subdued by Chen Zhen, as one of the 4 great sects, he naturally understood the latter's intentions. With an answer in his heart, he naturally did not have any misgivings when he attacked. Xiao Yan, it must be said that you are the first person this D has seen since I started training to be able to struggle for so long under the continuous attacks of a Do D. However, it is also because of this that the more heaven-defying your ability is, the more this D wants to kill you. This is your fate and also the will of the heavens. Therefore, you should obediently die. Jian Ming's face carried disdain as he looked at Xiao Yan, who was lying in the huge pit. A thought passed through his heart and hundreds of sharp swords immediately agglomerated in the air. The sword aura surged. Following Jian Ming's order, the hundreds of swords immediately shot toward Xiao Yan, who was lying in the huge pit below. This time around, Jian Ming wanted Xiao Yan to die until he could not die. Today, even if the emperor came, Xiao Yan must die in front of him. Swoosh! The hundreds of sharp swords carried a sharp sound of rushing wind as they turned into numerous rays of light in the empty space. They were like raindrops that filled the sky. In an instant, they had already arrived within 100 feet of Xiao Yan. The invisible sword aura had already left crisscrossing sword scars on the ground around Xiao Yan's body. In the next moment, the long swords had already arrived at Xiao Yan's head. In an instant, Xiao Yan would be completely dead. However, at this moment, a dull yet earth-shaking old voice, which appeared extremely overbearing, suddenly resounded throughout the area. Get lost. Chapter 383. This sudden unexpected change also caused the hearts of Jian Ming and the others to be startled. However, by the time they recovered, they could only see that the rain of swords that permeated the sky was actually not under Jian Ming's control as they swiftly exploded. Bang 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 bang, within a short couple of breaths' time, the hundreds of swords, which had an overbearing might and were about to kill Xiao Yan, were like balloons that had been inflated and burst. They were swiftly annihilated, transforming into energy-light spots that permeated the sky. After which, they slowly disappeared from this world. Such a shocking scene caused a chill to rise within the hearts of everyone present. It was difficult to imagine that the swords that were agglomerated by an elite Daoist had once again been broken. Moreover, compared to Xiao Yan, who had used all of his strength to shatter them earlier, this scene was undoubtedly even more shocking. In an instant, everyone outside the battleground involuntarily began to whisper to each other, causing the atmosphere in the battleground to gradually become a little solemn. Compared to the shock in the hearts of everyone outside, the old face of Jian Ming, who was the owner of the swords, appeared incomparably solemn. There was no need to say anything. The strength of the person who had attacked was likely at least at the Daoist class. Moreover, based on Jian Ming's guess, it was likely that the strength of this person was not weaker than any of the four of them at this moment. Damn it, who exactly is this person? Since when did the Western region have an additional elite Daoist whose strength is comparable to ours? Don't tell me, this fellow is someone from the Yunin Pavilion? Immediately, it was not just Jian Ming. Wu Jitian and the others behind him also swiftly swept their eyes over the surrounding area with solemn gazes. It was as though they wanted to find the person who had attacked. At this moment, Qinzhen's heart was suddenly greatly shocked. This person was actually able to avoid detection under his powerful spiritual strength as a rank 5 formation master. The strength of this person was likely not something that Qinzhen and the others could compare with. If he had not intervened to save Xiao Yan earlier and had instead directly charged at Qinzhen, it was likely that the current Qinzhen would have ended up seriously injured. Large amounts of cold sweat involuntarily appeared on Qinzhen's forehead when he thought of this. Even the clothes on his body were quickly drenched in sweat. At the same time, however, Qinzhen's old tree root-like finger curled slightly under his sleeves. Do Qi agglomerated in his palm. His feet withdrew a little without leaving a trace and approached the formation behind him. He was already prepared. If the other party was really an expert from the Yunin Pavilion, regardless of what happened today, he must first control Luo Jin in his hands even if he did not kill Xiao Yan. Only by controlling Luo Jin would he be able to choose a path of survival. After all, if the other party was also a Daoist, he would really be in trouble if Luo Jin was forcefully taken away. May I know who you are? If possible, I would like to invite you to show yourself. At this moment, Wu Jitian, who had the most fiery temperament, was more direct. His body shook as he stood firmly on the ground. His figure was tall and straight as he cupped his fists and cupped them towards the empty sky. His rough voice slowly sounded. As the saying went, one would not slap a smiling face. Now that Wu Jitian was treating him with respect, the unknown powerhouse would naturally not continue to be rude. However, the result was not what Wu Jitian had expected. Not only was it not like it, but it also caused his expression to change. I will now give you two choices. First, leave these three behind and leave immediately. I can treat it as if nothing has happened. Second, the three of them will still stay behind. At the same time, the four of you will also stay here forever. The aged voice sounded extremely calm, but within that calmness, there was an incomparably domineering majesty. Under this imposing manner, no one could go against it. Humph. A coward who hides his head but only shows his tail actually dares to boast so shamelessly. This D wants to see where you get the courage to say such words. Wu Jitian was furious when he heard this. His body shook and his two large hands suddenly clenched into fists. The aura of his entire body shook and the dou qi in his body swiftly surged out. The shoulder armor on his left chest began to wiggle as if it was alive. However, just as Wu Jitian's aura was about to erupt, a thunder-like sound was suddenly emitted from the sky. Bang! In merely an instant, when everyone present heard the sound, everyone in Green Jade City saw Wu Jitian's bear-like strong body being sent flying by an invisible strength without any forewarning. Grug! Wu Jitian's body violently fell to the ground. Only then did his mouth involuntarily spit out a large mouthful of fresh blood. His originally sleek red face swiftly turned pale. The aura of his body had also weakened greatly at this moment. This is the first time. I also hope that this will be the last time. I have given all of you a chance. Get lost. By the time everyone recovered, the faint old voice had once again reverberated in the sky above Green Jade City. It reverberated for a long time. Only at this moment did Chen Zhen, Jian Ming, Yi Luo Tian, and Wu Jitian, who had been sent flying earlier, completely recover from the shock in their hearts. Even the four elite Dou Di, who possessed a high position in the western region, had an endless amount of fear lingering in their hearts at this moment. They were certain that the strength of this mysterious expert had already surpassed the level of a Dou Di. It was likely that he was at least at the origin transformation realm. The bodies of Chen Zhen and the other three involuntarily trembled intensely when they thought of this. The shock in their hearts was difficult to describe. Origin transformation expert, even in the entire Yuanwu continent, an expert of this level would be an extremely powerful existence with an extremely high status. This point could be seen just by looking at Tianju. Ugh, se, elder, we did not intend to offend you. It is just that we were a little anxious earlier. That is why we have angered elder. Ugh, elder, please do not take offense. Wu Jitian's face was filled with fear as he stood up with difficulty. Although the force in his body was not very strong, that attack had caused quite a serious injury to his physical body. It was likely that he would not be able to recover for a long time. Humph, in that case, why aren't all of you getting lost? The old low cry suddenly sounded. It was like a sudden clap of thunder that shook Wu Jitian and the others until they felt dizzy. There was no need to even mention the ordinary cultivators standing outside the arena. Hearing this, the four of them exchanged glances with each other. Chen Zhen's eyes vaguely glanced behind him. Zhang Yi was wholeheartedly guarding Luo Jin. Although he knew that someone had come to save him, he did not move. No matter what, he had to prioritize Luo Jin's safety. Seeing that Zhang Yi was guarding Luo Jin, Chen Zhen could not help but secretly frown. In this way, it would be impossible for him to take down Luo Jin immediately. Once he took action, the mysterious expert would probably leave him here forever, just as he had said. However, if he did not take action now, once the faction behind Yunin Pavilion learned of this matter, they would likely not let the matter rest. Humph. Put away your thoughts and get lost. Otherwise, I will take care of you right now. A thunderous sound entered Chen Zhen's ears, causing his body to tremble violently. When he recovered, he hurriedly cupped his hands towards the sky and shouted in a trembling voice, Brother Chen Zhen, Brother Chen Zhen, Brother Chen Zhen. I will get lost now. I will get lost now. I will get lost now. Before he finished speaking, Chen Zhen hurriedly turned around and flew out of Emerald City as if he was fleeing for his life. Behind him, Wu Jitian and the others cupped their hands towards the sky and retreated. Then, they quickly flew in 4 different directions. Chapter 384. Elder, thank you for saving us. Seeing that Chen Zhen and the rest had fled, Zhang Yi, who was standing guard beside Luo Jin, looked respectfully at the empty sky above his head and said in a weak and respectful voice after a long while. There is nothing to thank me for. I just couldn't stand it, so I intervened. The old voice was still very calm. However, if one were to listen carefully, one would discover that the tone of this mysterious strong person was much gentler than when he was speaking to Chen Zhen and the others. This caused Zhang Yi to feel comfortable in his heart. At the same time, he could not help but be curious about this mysterious strong person. Who exactly was this mysterious strong person? Elder, I am an elder of the Yunin Pavilion. The young man beside me is the pavilion master of the Yunin Pavilion. Since Elder has saved us this time, I would like to invite Elder to be a guest at the Yunin Pavilion. At the same time, I would like to take some things to repay Elder for saving our lives. Zhang Yi rolled his eyes. He was afraid that those four fellows would be unwilling to give up and lay low outside the city. If they waited for this elder to leave, Xiao Yan and the others would not be able to escape death. There is no need to worry. They have already returned to their respective sections. It is impossible for them to be lying low outside the city. As for the Yunin Pavilion, the old me still has something to do. I will not be going. Seemingly having seen through the worry in Zhang Yi's heart, the old man's faint laughter was once again emitted. This caused Zhang Yi's heart to relax. At the same time, his old face could not help but reveal a somewhat embarrassed smile. Cough, cough, just as the atmosphere was a little quiet, a few weak coughs suddenly sounded. Only at this moment did Zhang Yi react. Although Luo Jin's injuries had stabilized, on the other hand, Xiao Yan's condition was still difficult to determine. After all, Xiao Yan's chest had been pierced by the sword of a Dou Di while he was seriously injured. Adding the ferocious energy explosion that followed, Xiao Yan's injuries could not be any more serious. He needed to hurry over and take a look. All right, you do what you need to do. The old me will take my leave first. As the faint and aged voice sounded out, the special pressure that permeated the entire Emerald Green City a moment ago also quietly disappeared. Everyone in the city also suddenly felt their bodies become lighter at this moment, and they were finally able to completely relax. Only Zhang Yi didn't dare to relax. He hurriedly cupped his hands towards the sky, then dragged his injured body and quickly flew to Xiao Yan's side. Even with Zhang Yi's mental fortitude, his heart could not help but tremble when he saw the terrifying sword wound on Xiao Yan's chest that almost tore him apart. It was hard to imagine that Xiao Yan had forcefully shattered the huge energy sword that Jian Ming had condensed while enduring such serious injuries. When Zhang Yi's spiritual strength swept over the other parts of Xiao Yan's body, the expression on his old face involuntarily became ugly. It was not just the nearly fatal sword wound on his chest. Over half of the bones in Xiao Yan's body had been shattered. At the same time, the internal organs in Xiao Yan's body had also suffered different degrees of damage. Nearly half of the meridians in his body had been broken. Even the blood flowing in his blood vessels was almost completely depleted. With Xiao Yan's current condition, it was likely that even an ordinary person would be able to kill him. However, at the same time, there were two other things that caused Zhang Yi's heart to be extremely surprised. Firstly, when Zhang Yi checked Xiao Yan's injuries, he discovered that Xiao Yan had already consumed a top-notch emperor-grade pill to heal his injuries. Zhang Yi carefully recalled the scene of Xiao Yan's previous battle. He did not have any time to consume the pill, and Zhang Yi did not see Xiao Yan consume the pill. If that was the case, then who had consumed the pill for Xiao Yan? Secondly, in addition to the pill, Xiao Yan's body actually emitted several types of heavenly flames that separately healed Xiao Yan's body and soul. This caused Zhang Yi to involuntarily feel envious. By the time Zhang Yi controlled Xiao Yan's and Luo Jin's seriously injured bodies and returned to the Hidden Cloud Pavilion, Lingchui City, which had been completely destroyed, had become lively. Within a short period of time, the name Xiao Yan had been firmly engraved in the hearts of every person in Green Jade City. Even the Ban Di realm experts' faces were filled with shock as they recalled the previous big battle. Their hearts were filled with shock. Although Xiao Yan had not gained the upper hand in the previous big battle, the fact that he had survived the attack of a Dou Di was enough to cause them to be emotionally moved. Using the body of a Ban Di to fight against a Dou Di. How many people in the entire continent could achieve this kind of heroism? At the very least, the other people present did not have Xiao Yan's courage and ability to face a Dou Di, much less exchange blows with one. Within a short few days, news of Xiao Yan's big battle spread not only in Green Jade City but also in over 10 cities of various sizes in the Shilin region. In an instant, Xiao Yan's name had left an extremely deep impression in the hearts of most people in the western region. At the same time, Xiao Yan had also become the target of many people. Even some Bandi realm experts who boasted of their strength had begun to search for Xiao Yan all over the western region. Although they did not dare to say that they would face a Dou Di, being able to defeat this man who had survived the attack of a Dou Di could be considered a great achievement for them. Of course, in the eyes of those female cultivators, it was a different story. While Xiao Yan's fame had brought him countless pursuers, the eyes of those young and beautiful ladies were filled with admiration. There were even some who had fought because of him, causing Xiao Yan's fame to soar rapidly within a short period of time. Since ancient times, beauties loved heroes. Perhaps this was the exact description of Xiao Yan at this moment. However, while the outside world was abuzz with news of Xiao Yan's big battle, the current Xiao Yan was still unconscious. His face was as white as snow and there were no signs of him waking up. If it were not for the weak breath in his nose, it was likely that even Zhang Yi would not dare to guarantee that Xiao Yan was still alive. Xiao Yan had suffered quite a lot of injuries in this big battle. This was especially the case when Jian Ming's sword seal had nearly taken his life. If it were not for the heavenly flame, a heaven-defying item, protecting Xiao Yan's essence from being harmed, it was likely that his strength would not have improved even if he was lucky enough to survive. Time flashed by and a month had quietly passed. Luo Jin had already recovered. Although he had yet to recover to his peak condition, it was only a matter of time. The first thing Luo Jin did after recovering was to find Elder Luo from the southern region and ask him to exterminate the 4 sections. This was also the decision Luo Jin had made during the big battle that day. Because of Xiao Yan, he had to make the 4 sects pay the price. Unfortunately, even though Luo Jin had indeed invited Elder Luo, the final outcome was not what Luo Jin had expected. Elder Luo did not exterminate the 4 sections. Instead, he severely reprimanded Luo Jin. Under Luo Jin's somewhat aggrieved gaze, Luo Ao's face was solemn the entire time as he looked at Xiao Yan. The latter's injury was so deep that even he could not help but break out in a cold sweat. At the same time, Luo Ao also rejoiced on behalf of Xiao Yan. At such a time, what could save Xiao Yan was not the emperor-grade pills, but the heavenly flame in Xiao Yan's body. Afterwards, Luo Ao stayed in Emerald Green City for 2 months. However, other than the gradual recovery of Xiao Yan's aura, there were no other changes. 2 months later, Luo Ao, who had originally planned to patiently wait for Xiao Yan to awaken, was forced to immediately return to the southern region because of a sudden piece of news. When he left Emerald Green City, Luo Jin clearly saw the extremely grave expression on his old face. Luo Ao's expression immediately made Luo Jin feel uneasy. He had not seen such an expression on Luo Ao's face many times. The reason why Luo Ao had so quickly returned to the southern region with such a grave expression was because something had happened to the Ginseng spiritual tribe. In the letter that Luo Ao had received from Qingmu had mentioned that when he had entered the depths of the Ginseng spiritual space, he had discovered something that should not have existed. It was because of this that Qingmu and Luo Ao had been so nervous. It was a small piece of pitch-black crystal that looked like charcoal. Its shape was somewhat uneven, as if it had fallen from something. Under Qingmu's probing, he even detected an extremely familiar aura from it. And this was the reason why his expression had changed upon hearing it. This aura came from He Mu, who had been killed by Xiao Yan. This small piece of charcoal-like crystal was a small piece of He Mu's ginseng spiritual root. Chapter 385. Western Region, Lengsui City. Inside the Yunin Pavilion. Half a year had passed since that big battle. During this half a year, Xiao Yan had been in a slumber. Although the injuries on his body had already recovered by 90%, Xiao Yan still did not show any signs of waking up. In the Yunin Pavilion, Luo Jin and Zhang Yi frowned as they looked at Xiao Yan, who was lying on a special stone bed. Their eyes revealed a hint of worry. They did not expect Xiao Yan to be so seriously injured this time. Half a year had passed, but he showed no signs of waking up. They did not know how long he would remain in this state. In this half a year, Elder Luo had gone back and forth many times. However, every time he saw Xiao Yan in this state, he could only shake his head helplessly. After observing him for a few days, he returned to the southern region. Following Xiao Yan's deep sleep, the news about Xiao Yan in the outside world gradually calmed down. There were even many people who thought that perhaps after the great battle, Xiao Yan's injuries were too serious and could not be cured. As this new news spread, it immediately caused a commotion in the western region. Most people were certain of this answer. After all, a Dodi was a Dodi. How could a mere half-martial emperor fight against him so easily? Moreover, Xiao Yan was only a 5-star half-martial emperor. This was even more unreasonable. Of course, there were also some people who still believed that Xiao Yan was still alive. However, in comparison, these people were much fewer. After all, theoretically speaking, the above explanation was not wrong. However, they still thought that perhaps Xiao Yan was not dead and had only left the western region. Of course, these were not important. What was important was that all news about Xiao Yan had disappeared with the wind in this vast western region. However, it seemed that there were always some people who did not want Xiao Yan's name to fade away. Of course, more of them had other intentions. After Xiao Yan's deep sleep for half a year, the western region, which had gradually calmed down, suddenly spread another shocking news. Once this news spread, Xiao Yan's name once again resounded in the western region. If anyone sees Xiao Yan and reports the location of his appearance or captures him alive, as long as he is still alive and is brought to any of the 4 large sects, the 4 large sects will give a reward. One of the rewards included was 12 emperor-grade medicinal pills. As for the other rewards, there was no lack of cultivation methods or dou skills. They were all shocking treasures that would make people go crazy. Although they did not know whether the news was true or false, when the crowd saw that the 4 great sects did not give a definite response, everyone immediately understood. Therefore, the western region, which had just calmed down not long ago, was once again in turmoil. Xiao Yan's name once again resounded in every corner of the western region. As if to ensure that someone would be able to find Xiao Yan, after this news spread, many pieces of paper with Xiao Yan's face swiftly flew out from unknown corners. This also allowed everyone to have a clear understanding of Xiao Yan's appearance. Of course, although this was the case, these pieces of paper were only passed around in some of the larger cities. As for some of the smaller towns and cities, no one paid any attention to them. As for Lengchui City, it was the largest city in the southwestern border. It was also a large city with a teleportation formation. However, not a single piece of news related to Xiao Yan was transmitted from this place. This was because this place was the territory of the Hidden Cloud Pavilion. Even the 4 large sects were blacklisted in this place. How could news of Xiao Yan be transmitted to this place? Young master, the Shilin region has been in turmoil recently. After the 2 of them left the pavilion, Zhang Yi frowned and said softly to Luo Jin. As Xiao Yan was injured and needed to recuperate, the Yunin Pavilion had already announced its closure half a year ago. Hence, other than Xiao Yan in the pavilion, there was no one on the other 5 floors of the Yunin Pavilion. There was no need to worry about outsiders when they spoke. The 4 great sects, these fellows still haven't given up. Even now, they're still thinking about the sky extinction step. If it weren't for the fact that 5th grandfather forbade me from sending people, I would have destroyed all of you long ago. When the 4 great sects were mentioned, Luo Jin immediately felt a deep chill in his heart. Now that half a year had passed, although the injuries on his body had already healed, the killing intent in his heart towards the 4 great sects had gradually deepened. Especially now that Xiao Yan was still in a coma, this only increased Luo Jin's killing intent. However, due to Luo Ao, there was nothing he could do. Even if the 4 great sects were openly hunting down Xiao Yan, there was nothing he could do. Luo Jin understood that it wasn't that Luo Ao couldn't destroy the 4 great sects, but that he didn't want Luo Jin to always live under his protection. What Luo Ao wanted to see was Luo Jin's own growth. He wanted Luo Jin to have his own pursuits and goals. If it had been in the past, when Luo Jin wandered around and obtained what he needed with his own strength, Luo Ao might have praised him. However, ever since Luo Ao met Xiao Yan, his attitude towards disciplining this junior of his had changed. Xiao Yan's fighting spirit was something that was rarely displayed by people from the younger generation like them. Of course, it was not that there were none who were similar. However, most of them were weak and their hearts were filled with arrogance, but they did not have the strength to back it up. They appeared to be disciplined, but they were unable to show it. If they were placed in a true big battle, they would at the very most be able to endure for a short while and would not be able to last for long. However, Xiao Yan was different. What made him different was that he had strength and the will to fight. Moreover, he had also successfully survived the big battle. Regardless of whether this was luck or not, Xiao Yan had indeed survived. This point was already sufficient. Moreover, from a certain point of view, luck was also one of the aspects of success. After regaining his senses, Luo Jin stared fiercely at the space in front of him, killing intent surging in his eyes. In addition, I've received news that the Cloud Immortals sect in the southern region has also withdrawn the people guarding there. The border of the southern region is already empty. Zhang Yi looked at Luo Jin in front of him, a gratified look in the depths of his old eyes. How could he not know what his own ancestor meant? As Luo Jin's guardian, he naturally felt gratified when he saw Luo Jin's appearance. SSS, the Cloud Immortals sect? Even they have withdrawn? In that case, the Ghost Hall in the southern region has been abolished. Otherwise, they wouldn't have withdrawn in full force. Luo Jin exclaimed in surprise. Then, he analyzed in a low voice. Yes. In addition, not long ago, our men discovered that they had met an elder of the Cloud Immortals sect through the teleportation array. Zhang Yi followed beside Luo Jin. As they descended the stairs, he deliberated as he spoke. Oh. An elder of the Cloud Immortals sect? Huh, why? After we left the southern region, they couldn't sit still anymore. Not only did they abandon their territory, but they also joined the western region in the muddy waters. Are they trying to fish in troubled waters? Luo Jin raised his eyebrows slightly, a look of surprise on his face. The news that he had received recently was all about the southern region. He did not expect that these people would immediately take action after Xiao Yan left the southern region. It seemed that there was more to this than meets the eye. No, I think that the reason for his trip is not because he was ordered by the Cloud Immortals sect, but because he has other motives. Hearing this, Zhang Yi frowned and rubbed his fingers together as he spoke softly. What do you mean? Luo Jin turned his head to look at Zhang Yi and asked softly. Young master, do you remember that our young friend Xiao Yan has a skill that allows him to summon an avatar that is almost as powerful as his actual body? That skill was obtained from an elder of the Cloud Immortals sect. Hiss, you mean, Yuan Qing from the Cloud Immortals sect? Luo Jin was stunned. Then, he could not help but exclaim in surprise. If that was the case, Yuan Qing's motive was likely to be Xiao Yan. He had heard that Xiao Yan was in the western region, so he had taken advantage of the retreat to go to the western region alone to look for Xiao Yan. Boom! However, just as Luo Jin was about to cry out in shock, a violent explosion suddenly sounded from the attic upstairs. In the next instant, Luo Jin, who was walking downstairs, suddenly turned around. At the same time, Zhang Yi, who was behind him, also turned around at the same time. They both lifted their heads and looked at the attic on the 6th floor. Their eyes were filled with joy and excitement. At the same time, in the attic on the 6th floor, Xiao Yan, whose eyes were originally closed and whose body was burning with the star flame, had already sat up. The heavenly fire entered his body, and his aura was as powerful as a soaring dragon. Sensing the familiar aura from upstairs, Luo Jin and Zhang Yi could not help but exclaim in surprise. Xiao Yan, you're awake. Chapter 386. On the 6th floor of the Hidden Cloud Pavilion. At this moment, 3 figures were seated in order. Luo Jin and Zhang Yi were among them. However, at this moment, their faces were filled with joy as they looked at the young man in black robes in front of them. This person was none other than Xiao Yan, who had been unconscious for half a year and had only just woken up. "Huh, brother Xiao Yan, you have finally woken up after half a year." Luo Jin couldn't help but laugh at Xiao Yan as soon as he sat down. Xiao Yan's awakening seemed to have swept away all the unhappiness he had in the past half a year. The killing intent he had for the four great sects was also suppressed at the bottom of his heart with Xiao Yan's awakening. Hearing this, Xiao Yan sighed and nodded his head. He inhaled a deep breath of air and his heart also relaxed slightly. During this half a year of deep sleep, Xiao Yan seemed to have dreamed of many things. He dreamed of the Douqi continent, of his family and friends. He seemed to have returned there and lived happily with Sun Er and Kai Lin. His father and teacher were always by his side. He had a large number of children and his family was prosperous. Everyone who saw him had reverence in their eyes. Xiao Yan was like a god, so high and unapproachable. But every time he saw this, Xiao Yan couldn't help but frown. Xiao Yan used his powerful strength to protect the clan and everything seemed so beautiful. However, this sweet life, which seemed to have been sweetened with sugar, made Xiao Yan feel extremely uncomfortable. There seemed to be something missing here. Finally, one day, when Xiao Yan was feeling impatient, a group of mysterious black-robed people broke through the void and descended on the Douqi continent. After an earth-shaking battle, Xiao Yan was defeated in the end. The moment he was defeated by the black-robed people, Xiao Yan's face was full of shock. He didn't dare to believe that he was defeated so thoroughly. He was a Dou Di, the strongest person in the Douqi continent. How could he be defeated? Half Di Dou Di. However, the moment he thought of this point, a thought suddenly surged out from deep within his heart, causing him to instantly recover. Even though this was the case, Xiao Yan was unable to sort out the chaotic thoughts in his mind within a short period of time. Instead, the more anxious Xiao Yan was, the more chaotic the thoughts in his mind became. As the saying goes, the winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. While Xiao Yan was having a headache because of the thoughts in his heart, the entire continent was gradually heading toward destruction because of Xiao Yan's defeat. Under the devil's claws of the black-robed people, the originally peaceful continent began to be on the verge of destruction. Even someone as strong as a Dou Sheng could only be annihilated. Xiao Yan's heart became increasingly heavy as he watched his loved ones die one by one. His thin body swayed repeatedly in the wild wind. Blood tears continued to swirl in his eyes. His hands, which were stained with his own blood, were tightly clenched together with extreme unwillingness. His delicate fingertips had almost pierced into his palm, but Xiao Yan did not feel any pain. He could only stubbornly widen his scarlet eyes and stare intently at those black-robed people. Each time he made a move, he would be mercilessly destroyed by their strength. When Xiao Yan finally saw his father and teacher die under the devil's claws of the black-robed people, Xiao Yan was heartbroken. He struggled with all his might, wanting to save his father and teacher. However, the end result was an even more cold-blooded destruction. His father and teacher also failed to escape the tragic fate of death. In the end, Xiao Yan personally saw Sun Er and Kai Lin being killed by the black-robed people and turned into nothingness. Sun Er and Kai Lin's death seemed to have become a key that instantly unraveled the extremely chaotic thoughts in Xiao Yan's mind. All the doubts in Xiao Yan's heart were easily resolved at this moment. The only thing that was missing was the hot-bloodedness in the hearts of the people on the Douqi continent and the fanatical pursuit of strength. None of these things were present in them. The eyes that they used to look at him were not filled with respect. Instead, they were filled with fear. A kind of fear without any courage. Only at this moment did Xiao Yan wake up. All of this was merely a dream. However, this caused Xiao Yan's entire body to become ice-cold. At the same time, Xiao Yan also woke up from his long slumber. "Brother Xiao Yan? Brother Xiao Yan?" "Yes?" Suddenly, Xiao Yan clearly felt that there was someone patting his shoulder. Due to the stimulation that Xiao Yan had received in the dream earlier, the first action that Xiao Yan took when he recovered was to throw out a palm with the back of his hand. Fortunately, Xiao Yan reacted in time the moment his palm was about to land on Luo Jin's face. Only then did Xiao Yan abruptly stop his attack. When the strong wind hit Luo Jin's face, the latter's expression changed drastically. His body staggered and involuntarily fell backward. Finally, he was supported by Zhang Yi, who also had an expression of disbelief on his face. Only then did he not miserably fall to the ground. Young friend Xiao Yan, you, cough, sorry, I was a little emotional just now. Just as Zhang Yi was about to involuntarily open his mouth to ask, Xiao Yan hurriedly apologized. Seeing Xiao Yan's expression, Zhang Yi and Luo Jin, who still had a lingering fear in his heart, looked at each other. Immediately, they sighed in confusion before returning to their seats. Brother Xiao Yan, you really made us wait for half a year. Knowing that Xiao Yan was unwilling to talk about this topic, Luo Jin did not continue the topic. Instead, he changed the topic and talked about Xiao Yan. Hearing Luo Jin's words, Xiao Yan smiled helplessly. He did not expect that he would be unconscious for so long due to his injury. Oh right, brother Xiao Yan, have you seen that senior? Luo Jin seemed to have thought of something as he asked Xiao Yan with a smile. Senior? What senior? Xiao Yan's expression was startled when he heard this. He asked doubtfully without knowing anything. Ugh, Luo Jin and Zhang Yi by the side looked at each other in response. Then, they laughed involuntarily. Looks like you are completely unaware of the result of the big battle half a year ago. In that case, I'm afraid that we will not be able to find that mysterious senior. Luo Jin shook his head and sighed. He was also very curious about the senior that Zhang Yi had mentioned. Regardless of the other party's strength, at the very least, he had saved the three of them. Just this location alone was sufficient for Luo Jin to treat him with respect. Xiao Yan involuntarily frowned when he heard this. He thought for a moment in his heart before he recalled the big battle half a year ago. He remembered that he seemed to have lost consciousness at the end of the big battle. He only vaguely remembered that he had broken Jian Ming's sword seal. As for what happened after that, he was completely unaware. After Luo Jin's explanation, Xiao Yan suddenly had a little understanding of that mysterious senior. However, Xiao Yan did not explain it clearly. At this moment, a mocking laughter was emitted from deep within Xiao Yan's body. It was Guyu. Chapter 387. Xiao Yan's awakening made Luo Jin excited and happy. At the same time, his spirit also became lively. Xiao Yan's face was also filled with joy, as if he had survived a disaster. Being able to escape from such a dream made Xiao Yan feel as if he had escaped death. Under the influence of different emotions, the two of them were like old friends who had not seen each other for many years. They chatted for an entire day, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. When the sky turned dark, the two of them did not forget to drink to their heart's content. It was not until dawn the next day that they finished drinking. Although Xiao Yan and Luo Jin were both half-emperors, the two of them were close friends. They did not purposely dissolve the alcohol in the wine. Instead, they allowed the alcohol in the wine to wreak havoc in their bodies. Therefore, after drinking for an entire night, the two of them were already red all over. Their bodies were lying on the ground haphazardly. As they breathed, the entire pavilion was filled with a strong smell of alcohol. The smell of alcohol was so strong that it even turned into a faint green fog, which was unbearable. However, the two of them were completely unaware of this. As their breathing gradually became steady and orderly, the two half-emperors, who were famous in the outside world, fell into a deep sleep. Zhang Yi was also helpless about this. He could only shake his head and leave the sixth floor, which was filled with a foul atmosphere. A few days later, in Lingsui City, an old man with an ordinary aura and an aged face stood in front of the Yunin Pavilion. When the pedestrians on the street saw this old man, they could not help but frown slightly. The Yunin Pavilion had been closed for half a year, and the words, "temporarily closed," were clearly written on the door. Why was this strange old man standing here? However, when the pedestrians saw Zhang Yi come out of the Yunin Pavilion and respectfully welcome this old man into the Yunin Pavilion, the expressions of the pedestrians on the street instantly froze. Their mouths were wide open, and they stood there like statues, not saying a word for a long time. At the same time, in the Yunin Pavilion, Luo Ao finally saw Xiao Yan again. That's right, this seemingly powerless old man was Luo Ao. When Luo Ao saw Xiao Yan for the first time, the worry he had for Xiao Yan finally dissipated. Before this, even he did not dare to guarantee that Xiao Yan would wake up. After all, Xiao Yan's injuries this time were too serious. Fortunately, the heavens favored Xiao Yan. Even though Xiao Yan was seriously injured, he was still able to avoid a calamity and successfully awaken. While Luo Ao and Xiao Yan met, the latter's heart was similarly filled with excitement. Xiao Yan respected Luo Ao from the bottom of his heart. This was not only because Luo Ao was his elder but also because of the care and concern Luo Ao had shown him over the past 2 years. Huh, kid, this old man believed that you wouldn't die so easily. It seems that my premonition was not wrong. Luo Ao immediately laughed out loud and spoke when he saw Xiao Yan bowing and cupping his hands to him. Huh, this junior has learned from brother Luo Jin about some of the things that have happened in the past 6 months. This junior would like to thank senior for his concern over the past 6 months. Xiao Yan cupped his hands at Luo Ao and said respectfully with a smile. Huh, that's enough. We are not outsiders, so there's no need to be so polite. Let's sit down first. Whatever you have to say can wait until we're seated. Seeing Luo Ao and Xiao Yan being so polite to each other, Luo Jin was not used to it. He could only smile helplessly and say to the two of them in unison. When they heard this, they looked at each other and smiled. They did not stand on ceremony and each found a seat to sit down. Although the attic on the 6th floor was relatively smaller than the other floors, it was much more spacious for the 4 of them. Therefore, the atmosphere in the room did not become oppressive because of the short silence. After everyone took their seats, Xiao Yan raised his head and looked at the others with a smile. Huh, kid, you've worried us a lot during the past 6 months that you've been asleep. As soon as they sat down, Luo Ao immediately laughed and said in a joking tone. Xiao Yan nodded when he heard this. He was naturally very clear about this. He immediately stood up again and cupped his hands at the people in front of him. Xiao Yan is here. Thank you very much. Huh, all right. Why are you so polite? Do you think that we treat you as an outsider? Let's not talk about anything else. Let's talk about the most important thing right now. When he saw Xiao Yan stand up, Luo Ao immediately frowned and said in a somewhat unhappy tone. Then, he changed the topic and once again focused on Xiao Yan. When Xiao Yan saw this, he nodded awkwardly and smiled embarrassedly. Then, he sat down again. When Xiao Yan sat down, Luo Ao's gaze swept across the few people present and finally landed on Xiao Yan. His expression gradually returned to normal and he said, Xiao Yan, what's your attitude towards the 4 great sects? If I can kill them, I will not show any mercy. When he heard this, Xiao Yan was startled at first. Then, his eyes gradually became fierce. The heavenly fire in the depths of his pupils surged as he said in a low voice. Seeing this, Elder Luo could not help but frown slightly. Too much resentment was not a good thing. If one day Xiao Yan lost his rationality, he would probably end up harming himself as a result. Frowning, Luo Ao's mind spun rapidly. After a long time, he once again spoke in a serious tone. All right, since that's the case, please answer a few questions of this old man first. Senior, please speak. Xiao Yan slowly regained his calm and said respectfully. Seeing this, Luo Ao was slightly shocked. He quickly calmed his mind and hesitated for a moment before speaking. Xiao Yan, what do you think about the big battle half a year ago with your current strength? Xiao Yan raised his eyebrows and thought for a moment. Then, he frowned and said in a serious tone, those 4 sect leaders were indeed very strong. The current me is still no match for them. Although these words were concise and had the intention of boosting others' morale, Luo Ao nodded slightly after hearing them. The truth was as such. Xiao Yan was indeed no match for them. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was no match for them. After all, even in the great battle half a year ago, none of the four of them had used their true strength. That kind of method could be considered embarrassing for them, Do Di. However, the thing that caused Luo Ao to nod his head was Xiao Yan's now. Xiao Yan was right. The current him was indeed no match for any of the four sect leaders. However, this did not include the future. With Xiao Yan's current training speed, as long as nothing unexpected happened, his future achievements would only be higher than the four of them. This was Luo Ao's inference from the bottom of his heart. It was also the confidence he had in Xiao Yan. Not bad. Although it was a little short, it was concise and comprehensive. This is already sufficient. Luo Ao nodded. His tone was calm as he spoke. Immediately, he changed the topic and continued to ask. Then how strong do you think the four of them are? Yes, this time around, Xiao Yan hesitated for a moment. It was a long while later before he once again opened his mouth and said, the four of them are all Do Di experts. They have advanced to the Do Di class for many years and rarely have any opponents within the Do Di class. However, it is precisely because they have been stuck at their current level for too long that it will be difficult for them to advance even an inch in the future. It is likely that they can only remain at this level for the rest of their lives. Therefore, although they are very strong, there are people who are even stronger than them. As long as one surpasses the Do Di class, anyone can easily kill them. Luo Ao once again smiled and nodded. This was the result he wanted. He wanted Xiao Yan to tell himself that if he wanted to kill the sect leaders of the four large sects, he must first surpass the Do Di class as a warning. This was to prevent Xiao Yan from doing something crazy in a moment of impulse. Cuckoo, thank you Elder for your guidance. Elder, please rest assured that this junior will definitely not do anything crazy. At the very least, before I possess the strength to fight equally with them, I will not have a head-on conflict with them. Suddenly, Xiao Yan's respectful words once again sounded. Luo Ao immediately smiled. He stroked his beard with one hand and repeatedly nodded with a smile. Good. Little fellow, it seems that this old man has worried too much for you to have this little awareness. In comparison, this little ancestor of ours who always thinks of relying on our elders is really a little brat who will never grow up. At the end of his words, Luo Ao even parted his mouth and glanced at Luo Jin by the side. The words from his mouth caused the latter to continuously pout his mouth. He helplessly turned his head away. At the same time, he could not help but quietly mutter in his heart. This caused Luo Ao to laugh out loud. Chapter 388. The night sky was like a black curtain that silently enveloped the sky above Emerald Green City. The silvery fragmentary stars adorned the empty sky. A bright moon hung high in the sky, sprinkling a snowy glow that illuminated the entire Emerald Green City in the dark night. Xiao Yan and the others sat in the Yunin Pavilion, occasionally chatting and laughing. The atmosphere was relaxed and pleasant. Suddenly, Luo Ao, who was chatting, seemed to have thought of something. His relaxed eyebrows suddenly wrinkled slightly, and he immediately looked up at Xiao Yan. Seeing Luo Ao's strange look, Xiao Yan could not help but be slightly startled. Then, he smiled slightly and said to Luo Ao, Elder Luo, do you have something to say to me? If you do, don't be shy. Just say it. Hearing this, Elder Luo frowned slightly and nodded. He signaled Zhang Yi with his eyes. Zhang Yi immediately understood and nodded. His body wriggled for a while and disappeared from the pavilion. Seeing this, Luo Ao nodded with satisfaction. His eyes fell on Xiao Yan, and a solemn expression appeared on his old face. He said in a deep voice, Yes, I do have something to tell you. This matter is related to the ginseng spiritual tribe. As soon as Luo Ao finished speaking, Xiao Yan could not help but be slightly surprised. He was secretly in awe. Wasn't the matter of the ginseng spiritual tribe solved? Why did something happen again? With this thought in mind, Xiao Yan's expression gradually became serious. Xiao Yan had always had a good impression of the Ginseng spiritual tribe. Now that Xiao Yan heard that something had happened to the Ginseng spiritual tribe, he could not help but worry. On the other hand, Luo Jin, who heard that something had happened to the Ginseng spiritual tribe, could not help but widen his eyes at this moment. At this moment, he recalled the worried expression on Luo Ao's face when he left in the past 6 months. Elder Luo, did something happen to the Ginseng spiritual tribe again? Xiao Yan frowned and asked in a deep voice. His tone was full of worry. Kid, do you still remember Heimu? Hearing this, Xiao Yan's eyes suddenly focused. It was precisely because of that fellow that he had formed a subtle connection with Luo Ao and the Ginseng spirit race. Xiao Yan naturally wouldn't forget. Moreover, an extremely obscure dark glint instantly flashed deep within Xiao Yan's eyes when he thought of this. This short instant was something that even Luo Ao did not discover. Last time, he died at your hands. This was the result that we all wanted to see. His death could be considered as eliminating a huge hidden danger for the Ginseng spirit race. At the same time, it also ended an old matter of the Ginseng spirit race. Luo Ao spoke unhurriedly. Xiao Yan and Luo Jin listened listlessly. But, the sudden pause caused Xiao Yan and Luo Jin to instantly raise their eyes and look at Luo Ao. Only then did the latter open his mouth and say, Luo Ao then said, half a year ago, after Qingmu entered the Ginseng spirit space, he accidentally discovered something astonishing. Next, Luo Ao told Xiao Yan about Qingmu's discovery without missing a single word. Xiao Yan frowned as he listened. His face revealed a surprised expression. A long while later, Xiao Yan appeared to have completely digested this sudden information. Only then did he frown and nod. His gaze focused on Luo Ao as he spoke in a deep voice. He looked at Luo Ao and said in a deep voice, that is to say, based on the weak aura in the Ginseng spirit root, Heimu hasn't completely died? Luo Ao nodded. This was what he wanted to express to Xiao Yan. As long as Heimu still had a trace of aura, no matter how weak it was, they couldn't let their guard down. But since the Ginseng spirit root is in Senior Qingmu's hands, doesn't that mean that as long as we destroy the Ginseng spirit root, Heimu will be finished? Why has it dragged on until now? After thinking for a while, Xiao Yan couldn't help but ask again. The Ginseng spirit root was the lifeline of the spiritual Ginseng tribe. As long as the Ginseng spirit root was destroyed, it would be equivalent to taking Heimu's life. Why should they be afraid of Heimu stirring up trouble? Luo Ao understood this point much better than Xiao Yan. It was impossible that he didn't know this. However, when Luo Ao heard this, he helplessly shook his head and sighed. At first, Qingmu also planned to do this, but later on, he helplessly gave up. Xiao Yan frowned. Could there be another reason behind this? After Qingmu and I investigated, that small piece of the Ginseng spirit root has already lost its use. Apart from being able to detect life and death like a soul jade tablet, Heimu's soul has already been separated from it. Even if we destroy the Ginseng spirit root, it will no longer cause any harm to Heimu. Xiao Yan immediately understood in his heart when he heard these words. In other words, it was likely that the current Heimu was merely relying on his remaining soul fragment to hide somewhere. He was still unwilling to give up on searching for a method to revive. When he thought of this, the corners of Xiao Yan's mouth could not help but curl up into a mocking sneer. This was really like the saying, the stronger one was, the more one would be afraid of death. Although it seemed that the brave were fearless and unrivaled, they were actually timid and unwilling to give up. However, when Xiao Yan returned to his senses, a strange expression involuntarily appeared on his face. He looked at Luo Ao and asked with a strange tone. Old Luo, you can't possibly be thinking that the remnant of that fellow's soul is in my body, right? Ha ha ha, at first, this old man was indeed worried about this, so I went back and forth a few times in order to investigate whether the remnant of that fellow's soul was hidden in your body. Fortunately, this old man didn't discover anything. That fellow shouldn't be in your body, so this old man can be at ease. Hearing this, Luo Ao couldn't help but laugh out loud. Being exposed in a single sentence caused this cheerful old man to feel a little awkward. But, however, in the blink of an eye, old Luo once again raised his head and looked at Xiao Yan with a solemn expression. This caused Xiao Yan to involuntarily raise his eyebrows as he thought to himself, what is he playing at this time? Although this old man didn't discover any trace of He Mu's aura in your body, perhaps this isn't because he isn't in your body, but because of another reason. After the low shout, Xiao Yan's expression immediately turned sluggish. Beside him, Luo Jin also looked at the two people in front of him with a face full of doubt. His face was filled with helplessness. In the next moment, before Xiao Yan could speak, Luo Ao suddenly shouted in a serious tone. Unless you are He Mu. Xiao Yan and Luo Jin were immediately stunned like wooden chickens when the cry sounded. Their hearts were so speechless that they were unable to speak. It was a long while later before Luo Ao laughed out loud, pulling the two of them back from their stagnant thoughts. Ha ha ha, alright, I won't joke with you anymore. After this old man's investigation, it has already been proven that you aren't He Mu. So don't worry, this old man won't skin you and pull out your tendons. Ha 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 ha. Hearing this, Xiao Yan and Luo Jin looked at each other expressionlessly. Both of them curled their lips continuously in their hearts. This bastard actually really investigated Xiao Yan. Hee, alright. Don't worry about it. It was just a joke just now. Look at how nervous you are. Elder Luo chuckled. His smile revealed a hint of naughtiness. This was simply an old urchin. After hearing old Luo's words, Xiao Yan and Luo Jin glanced at the old man in front of them. Nervous? Where was there any nervousness? That was basically looking down on his words. Then, this old man has already said what should be said. This old man has also warned you about what should be warned. Remember, your life is the most important thing. Otherwise, any rare treasure will be empty. This junior understands. Xiao Yan nodded. He was naturally extremely clear about this. He had seen quite a number of people die because of greed. For his own sake, he would not make the same mistake again. Yes, since you understand, this old man will not say anything else. Finally, I will remind you that the western region cannot be compared to the southern region. The people here are truly like wolves and tigers. If you want to survive, you cannot just rely on Do techniques. Strength is the most important. Chapter 389. Senior Bai Hua, what's wrong? Did something happen? The Lu family's clan master, Lu Huabai, and the grand elder, Lu Xincheng, looked at each other in dismay. Both of them were confused. Bai Hua was the pill beast that Xiao Yan had left behind in the Lu family. Currently, in the Lu family, she would usually take on a human form. Other than the clan master, Lu Huabai, and the grand elder, Lu Xincheng, she was the person with the highest status in the Lu family. Of course, that was only during normal times. If there was no one around, even the two of them would treat Bai Hua with respect. Someone's coming. Bai Hua's gaze was fixed on the distant horizon outside of the Azure Sun City. Her expression was extremely serious. She had already quietly raised the Do Qi in her body in preparation for all sorts of sudden changes. Hearing this, Lu Huabai and Lu Xincheng, who was at the side, were first stunned. Then, they saw the deep and serious expression on Bai Hua's face and immediately became nervous. Lu Huabai hurriedly looked in the direction that Bai Hua was looking at and asked in a deep voice, could it be someone from the Azure Cloud Mansion again? Ever since Xiao Yan had left the Lu family, the Azure Cloud Mansion had sent people to the Lu family a total of 5 times. Among them, the person who had come on the last trip was the strongest. The person leading the group was a 1-star half-martial emperor. However, in the end, he still returned helplessly. As for this time, Lu Huabai did not dare to imagine. If that was truly the case, then the person who had come would most likely not only be a 1-star half-martial emperor. It's hard to say. There's only one person who has come. Furthermore, he seems to be investigating something. If he's someone from the Azure Cloud Mansion, he should have come directly to the Lu family instead of doing something so senseless. Bai Hua's brows were tightly knitted together as she slowly shook her head. However, her serious gaze did not leave the horizon in the slightest. If he's not someone from the Azure Cloud Mansion, why would he come here? There's nothing worthy of a half-martial emperor's attention in a small city like ours. The Grand Elder, Lu Xianxia, also frowned as he gently stroked his white beard and spoke in a deep voice. I still don't know. I only hope that he's only a passerby. Otherwise, I'm afraid that even I will not be able to stop him this time. Bai Hua said with a solemn expression. The two people from the Lu clan nodded when they heard this. They also had the same hope in their hearts. Unfortunately, the heavens were always unsatisfactory. Right after Bai Hua said those words, the 4-star half-martial Emperor Qin Zhong, who was outside the Azure Sun City, took a step forward and soared into the sky. He was rapidly flying toward the Azure Sun City. He's here. In the Lu clan residence, Bai Hua spoke with a grave tone to Lu Huabai and Lu Yu. Then, she quickly flew into the sky with a grave heart and stood in the sky above Qingyang City. Behind him, Lu Huabai and Lu Xianxia also quickly followed. Right now, Bai Hua was representing the Lu family. They couldn't possibly let Bai Hua go out alone to face the enemy while they hid in their homes and didn't dare to show their faces. At the same time that Bai Hua soared into the sky, a black dot was rapidly approaching from the distant horizon. The aura that was faintly emitted caused Bai Hua's heart to become incomparably solemn. When that figure entered the range of the Azure Sun City, Bai Hua involuntarily took a deep breath. She extended a pair of white palms from under her sleeves and cupped her hands towards the figure in the distance. May I know who you are? What business do you have in my Azure Sun City? A clear voice resonated between heaven and earth like thunder. In the Azure Sun City below, everyone raised their eyes to the sky at this moment. In their line of sight, Bai Hua and the other two were shockingly above them. At the same time, in their line of sight, there was a blurry figure that was rapidly flying toward Bai Hua and the other two at an extremely fast speed. Upon seeing this scene, the Azure Sun City below immediately became lively. After the previous few incidents that had happened to the Lu family, the people in the city could roughly guess that this person was most likely sent by the Azure Cloud Mansion again. However, compared to the previous time, the people in the Azure Sun City felt pity in their hearts. They still remembered the previous battle between Lu Huabai and the leader of the Azure Cloud Mansion. That battle was simply the most terrifying battle they had ever seen in their lives. Although Bai Hua lost in the end, it was fortunate that the Lu family was unscathed. However, this time around, they might not be so lucky. According to the guesses in the hearts of the people in the Azure Sun City, the Lu family might really be in big trouble this time around. Ha 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 ha. Are you Bai Hua? Before the person arrived, a loud laughter suddenly sounded like a thunderclap. Based on the voice, it seemed like the person who came did not have any ill intentions. In the sky, the expression on Bai Hua's face turned slightly solemn. Behind her, Lu Huabai and Lu Xianxia could not help but reveal a strange expression on their faces. Why did this person seem to be coming for Bai Hua? After being stunned for a moment, Bai Hua quickly regained her senses. She cupped her hands together at the unfamiliar old man who had already arrived within 1,000 feet radius. I am indeed Bai Hua. May I know who you are? Upon hearing this, Qin Zhong laughed heartily. However, he did not answer Bai Hua's question first. Instead, his gaze landed on Lu Huabai and Lu Xianxia who were behind Bai Hua. In that case, these two must be the Lu family's clan leader, Lu Huabai, and the great elder, Lu Xianxia. As soon as these words left his mouth, Lu Huabai and Lu Xianxia's hearts immediately froze. They did not dare to be negligent as they hurriedly leaped forward and stood side by side with Bai Hua. At the same time, they cupped their hands together and greeted Qin Zhong respectfully. The two of us greet senior. In the face of a half-martial emperor who even Bai Hua did not dare to be careless, the two of them were naturally extremely nervous. As they spoke, their bodies that were wrapped in brocade robes could not help but tremble slightly. Traces of cold sweat slowly trickled down from their temples. Haha. Good. Since that's the case, that's right. Haha. Qin Zhong laughed loudly. He finally heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Although he had arrived half a year late, he was naturally relieved as long as he saw that the people from the Lu family were safe. However, although Qin Zhong had such thoughts in his heart, his words carried a different meaning when they were heard by Bai Hua and the other two. When Bai Hua and the other two heard this, their expressions turned grave immediately. Based on these words, it seemed like the other party was really from the Azure Cloud Mansion. This. Senior, what should we do now? Lu Huabai asked Bai Hua through voice transmission with a nervous expression on his face. Lu Huabai took a deep breath. After a long time, she said to Lu Huabai and Lu Xinxing through voice transmission, "When I start fighting with him later, the two of you must quickly evacuate some of the people from the Lu family. I'll hold him back first. Remember, you must be quick. This guy's strength is at the level of a 4-star half-martial emperor. With my current strength, I won't be able to hold him back for long." Senior. Lu Huabai and Lu Xinxing's expressions changed immediately when they heard this. They could not help but exclaim in shock. Lu Huabai and Lu Xinxing looked at Bai Hua with a grave expression. From her words, the two of them were able to tell that she had made up her mind. Once they started fighting, Bai Hua would definitely use her last breath to evacuate the Lu family from the Azure Sun City. "Don't say any more, go." Bai Hua sternly cried out to Lu Huabai and Qin Zhong behind her. Immediately, she turned around and the dou qi in her body surged out. With a wave of her sleeve, a gentle force pushed Lu Huabai and Qin Zhong toward Xingyang City below. Bai Hua, on the other hand, moved her body and charged explosively toward Qin Zhong, who was looking at her with a stunned face. The Azure Cloud Mansion is really unwilling to give up. Since you have come to look for trouble, there's no need to say any more nonsense. Let's fight. Bai Hua shouted. She waved her hand and a sword landed in her hand. With a shake of the sword, dou qi overflowed. In the blink of an eye, Bai Hua had already arrived in front of Qin Zhong. She waved the sword in her hand and pierced it toward Qin Zhong's neck. Qin Zhong was suddenly shocked. He was even more confused in his heart. Why did this fellow want to fight him to the death when he had just arrived? They had never met before and there was no need to mention any grievances between them. This caused him to feel somewhat sullen in his heart. However, before he could open his mouth to speak, Bai Hua's sword had already arrived in front of him, not allowing him to relax in the slightest. Due to the fact that Qin Zhong was a 4-star half-martial emperor, Bai Hua did not dare to show any mercy when she made her move. As a result, her attack was even more swift and fierce. In addition to Bai Hua's sudden attack, Qin Zhong was caught off guard. In an instant, Qin Zhong felt as though he was being attacked from both front and back. At the same time, he was unable to explain his real intention. In addition to that, Qin Zhong was afraid that he would hurt Bai Hua if he attacked. This made it even more difficult for him to explain himself. When Bai Hua saw that the 4-star half-martial emperor in front of her was actually unable to withstand her attacks, a trace of suspicion involuntarily rose in her heart. Under such an endless battle, Qin Zhong was finally unable to endure it any longer. He could not possibly continue fighting with Bai Hua here. He had to forcefully stop this misunderstanding. This fellow is just a 1-star half-martial emperor. Why is there no end to his attacks? There's no other way. In order to stop this misunderstanding, I can only wrong you a little. Qin Zhong sighed helplessly in his heart. He did not want Bai Hua to misunderstand him as someone from the Azure Cloud Mansion for no reason. Ha! With a loud cry, Qin Zhong's retreating figure suddenly stood in the air. His body shook violently and an overbearing pressure that belonged to a 4-star half-martial emperor quickly spread out from his body. Qin Zhong clenched his fists tightly and a thick yellow dou qi quickly condensed on his fists. His body moved and he once again began to fight with Bai Hua who was charging toward him. Bang! 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 After dozens of exchanges, Qin Zhong finally shattered the longsword in Bai Hua's hand with a punch. At the same time, a huge force shook his hand and sent Bai Hua flying 1,000 feet away. This temporarily gave both of them a chance to catch their breaths. Bai Hua strenuously stopped her body. She did not dare to be the slightest bit careless in her heart. She was afraid that Qin Zhong would charge forward again. However, just as Bai Hua raised her head, Qin Zhong on the opposite side withdrew his dou qi. His face was helpless as he looked at Bai Hua. His mouth was similarly panting slightly. It was a long while later before he slowly opened his mouth and said in front of Bai Hua's stunned eyes. "It was Xiao Yan who asked me to come to the Lu clan of the Green Sun City." Book Friend Group, 4766686761 begging for some monthly votes. Chapter 390. Senior Bai Hua, what's wrong? Did something happen? The Lu family's family head, Lu Huabai, and the Grand Elder, Lu Xincheng, looked at each other in dismay. Both of them had a puzzled expression on their faces. Bai Hua was the pill beast that Xiao Yan had left behind in the Lu family. Currently, in the Lu family, she would usually take on a human form. Other than the Lu family's family head, Lu Huabai, and the Grand Elder, Lu Xincheng, she was the person with the highest status in the Lu family. Of course, that was only during normal times. If there was no one around, even the two of them would treat Bai Hua with respect. Someone's coming. Bai Hua's gaze was fixed on the distant horizon outside of the Azure Sun City. Her expression was grave. She had already quietly raised the dou qi in her body in preparation for all sorts of sudden changes. Hearing this, Lu Huabai and Lu Xincheng, who was at the side, were first stunned. Then, they saw the deep and serious expression on Bai Hua's face and immediately became nervous. Lu Huabai hurriedly looked in the direction that Bai Hua was looking at and asked in a deep voice, "Senior, could it be someone from the Azure Cloud Mansion again?" Ever since Xiao Yan had left the Lu family, the Azure Cloud Mansion had sent people to the Lu family a total of 5 times. Among them, the person who had come on the last trip was the strongest. The person leading the group was a 1-star half-martial emperor. However, in the end, he still returned helplessly. As for this time, Lu Huabai did not dare to imagine. If that was truly the case, then the person who had come would most likely not only be a 1-star half-martial emperor. It's hard to say. There's only one person who came. Furthermore, he seemed to be investigating something. If he's someone from the Azure Cloud Mansion, he should have come directly to the Lu family instead of doing something so senseless. Bai Hua's brows were tightly knitted together as she slowly shook her head. However, her serious gaze did not leave the horizon in the slightest. If he's not someone from the Azure Cloud Mansion, why would he come here? In a small city like ours, there's nothing worthy of the attention of a half-martial emperor. The Grand Elder, Lu Xincheng, also frowned as he gently stroked his white beard and spoke in a deep voice. "I still don't know. I only hope that he's only passing by. Otherwise, I'm afraid that even I will not be able to stop him this time," Bai Hua said with a solemn expression. The two people from the Lu clan nodded when they heard this. They also had the same hope in their hearts. Unfortunately, the heavens were always unsatisfactory. Right after Bai Hua said those words, the 4-star half-martial emperor Qin Zhong, who was outside the Azure Sun City, took a step forward and soared into the sky. He was rapidly flying toward the Azure Sun City. "He's here." In the Lu clan residence, Bai Hua spoke with a grave tone to Lu Huabai and Lu Yu. Then, she quickly flew into the sky with a grave heart and stood in the sky above Qingyang City. Behind him, Lu Huabai and Lu Xincheng also quickly followed. Right now, Bai Hua was representing the Lu family. They couldn't possibly let Bai Hua go out alone to face the enemy while they hid in their homes and didn't dare to show their faces. At the same time that Bai Hua soared into the sky, a black dot was rapidly approaching from the distant horizon. The aura that was faintly emitted caused Bai Hua's heart to become incomparably solemn. When that figure entered the range of the Azure Sun City, Bai Hua involuntarily took a deep breath. She extended a pair of white palms from under her sleeves and cupped her hands towards the figure in the distance. May I know who you are? What business do you have in my Azure Sun City? A clear and bright voice resounded across the heavens and earth like clear thunder. Below, everyone in the Qingyang city raised their heads to look towards the sky. Within their line of sight, Bai Hua and the other two were impressively above them. At the same time, within their line of sight, there was a blurry figure that was rapidly flying towards Bai Hua and the other two at an extremely fast speed. Upon seeing this scene, the Azure Sun City below immediately became lively. After the previous few incidents that had happened to the Lu family, the people in the city could roughly guess that this person was most likely sent by the Azure Cloud Mansion again. However, compared to the previous time, the people in the Azure Sun City felt pity in their hearts. They still remembered the previous battle between Lu Huabai and the leader of the Azure Cloud Mansion. That battle was simply the most terrifying battle they had ever seen in their lives. Although Bai Hua lost in the end, it was fortunate that the Lu family was unscathed. However, this time around, they might not be so lucky. According to the guesses in the hearts of the people in the Azure Sun City, the Lu family might really be in big trouble this time around. Ha ha ha, are you Bai Hua? Before the person arrived, a loud laughter suddenly sounded like a thunderclap. Based on the voice, it seemed like the person who had come did not have any ill intentions. In the sky, the expression on Bai Hua's face turned slightly solemn. Behind her, Lu Huabai and Lu Xinxia could not help but reveal a strange expression on their faces. Why did this person seem to be here for Bai Hua? After being stunned for a moment, Bai Hua quickly regained her senses. She cupped her hands together at the unfamiliar old man who had already arrived within 1,000 feet radius and said, I'm Bai Hua. I am indeed Bai Hua. May I know who you are? Upon hearing this, Qin Zhong laughed heartily. However, he did not answer Bai Hua's question first. Instead, his gaze landed on Lu Huabai and Lu Xinxia who were behind Bai Hua before he opened his mouth again with a smile. In that case, these two must be the Lu family's clan leader, Lu Huabai, and the great elder, Lu Xinxia. As soon as these words left his mouth, Lu Huabai and Lu Xinxia's hearts instantly froze. They did not dare to be negligent as they hurriedly leaped forward and stood side by side with Bai Hua. At the same time, they cupped their hands together and greeted Qin Zhong respectfully. The two of us greet senior. In the face of a half-martial emperor who even Bai Hua did not dare to be careless, the two of them were naturally extremely nervous. As they spoke, their bodies that were wrapped in embroidered robes could not help but tremble slightly. Traces of cold sweat slowly trickled down from their temples. Haha. Good. Since that's the case, then that's right. Haha. Qin Zhong laughed loudly. He finally heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Although he had arrived half a year late, he was naturally relieved as long as he saw that the people from the Lu family were safe. However, although Qin Zhong had such thoughts in his heart, his words had a different meaning in the ears of Bai Hua and the other two. When Bai Hua and the other two heard these words, their expressions turned grave immediately. Based on these words, it seemed like the other party was really from the Azure Cloud Mansion. Senior, what should we do now? Lu Huabai asked Bai Hua through voice transmission with a nervous expression on his face. Lu Huabai took a deep breath. After a long time, she said to Lu Huabai and Lu Xinxia through voice transmission, when I start fighting with him later, the two of you must quickly evacuate some of the people from the Lu family. I'll hold him back first. Remember, you must be quick. This guy's strength is at the level of a 4-star half-martial emperor. With my current strength, I won't be able to hold him back for long. Senior. Lu Huabai and Lu Xinxia's expressions changed immediately when they heard this. They could not help but exclaim in shock. Lu Huabai and Lu Xinxia looked at Bai Hua with a grave expression. From her words, the two of them were able to tell that she had made up her mind. Once they started fighting, Bai Hua would definitely use her last breath to evacuate the Lu family from the Azure Sun City. Don't say any more, go. Bai Hua sternly cried out to Lu Huabai and Qin Zhong behind her. Immediately, she turned around and the dou qi in her body surged out. She waved her sleeves and a gentle force pushed Lu Huabai and Qin Zhong toward Qingyang city below. She, on the other hand, moved her body and charged explosively toward Qin Zhong, who was looking at her with a stunned face. The Azure Cloud Mansion is really unwilling to give up. Since you have come to look for trouble, there's no need to say any more nonsense. Let's fight. Bai Hua shouted. She waved her hand and a sword landed in her hand. With a shake of the sword, Dou Qi overflowed. In the blink of an eye, Bai Hua had already arrived in front of Qin Zhong. She waved the sword in her hand and pierced it toward Qin Zhong's neck. Qin Zhong was suddenly shocked. He was even more confused in his heart. Why did this fellow want to fight him to the death when he had just arrived? They had never met before and there was no need to mention any grievances between them. This caused him to feel somewhat sullen in his heart. However, before he could open his mouth to speak, Bai Hua's sword had already arrived in front of him, not allowing him to relax in the slightest. Due to the fact that Qin Zhong was a 4-star half-martial emperor, Bai Hua did not dare to hold back in the slightest when she attacked him. As a result, her attacks were even more ferocious and swift. Adding on the fact that Bai Hua had suddenly attacked him, Qin Zhong was caught off guard. In an instant, Qin Zhong felt as if he was being attacked from both sides. At the same time, it also caused him to be unable to explain his true intention. In addition to that, Qin Zhong was afraid that he would hurt Bai Hua if he attacked. This made it even more difficult for him to explain. When Bai Hua saw that the 4-star half-martial emperor in front of her was actually unable to withstand her attacks, a trace of suspicion involuntarily rose in her heart. Under such an endless battle, Qin Zhong was finally unable to endure it any longer. He could not possibly continue fighting with Bai Hua here. He had to forcefully stop this misunderstanding. This fellow is just a 1-star half-martial emperor. Why is there no end to his attacks? There's no other way. In order to stop this misunderstanding, I can only wrong you a little. Qin Zhong sighed helplessly in his heart. He did not want Bai Hua to misunderstand him as someone from the Azure Cloud Mansion for no reason. Ha! With a loud cry, Qin Zhong's retreating figure suddenly stood in the air. His body shook violently and an overbearing pressure that belonged to a 4-star half-martial emperor quickly spread out from his body. Qin Zhong clenched both his fists tightly and a thick yellow Dou Qi quickly condensed on his fists. His body moved and he once again began to fight with Bai Hua who was charging toward him. Bang! 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 After dozens of exchanges, Qin Zhong finally shattered the longsword in Bai Hua's hand with a punch. At the same time, the huge force in his hand shook and sent Bai Hua flying 1,000 feet away. This temporarily gave both of them a chance to catch their breaths. Bai Hua strenuously stopped her body. She did not dare to be the slightest bit careless in her heart. She was afraid that Qin Zhong would attack again. However, when Bai Hua raised her head, Qin Zhong on the opposite side withdrew his Dou Qi. His face was helpless as he looked at Bai Hua. His mouth was similarly panting softly. It was a long while later before he slowly opened his mouth to speak in front of Bai Hua's stunned eyes. It was Xiao Yan who asked me to come to the Lu clan of the Green Sun City. Book Friends Group, 4766686761 begging for some monthly votes. Chapter 391. The bustling streets were filled with all kinds of people. The continuous flow of people into Emerald City made the city even livelier as it was nearing noon. After Xiao Yan left the Yunin Pavilion, he headed towards the west of the city. The west was the direction of the Western Wasteland region. Before leaving the Yunin Pavilion, Luo Jin had given Xiao Yan a map of the Shilin region. On the map, there were detailed markings of the major cities and mountain ranges in the Shilin region, especially the locations of the 4 major sects. The map also clearly marked out their areas of influence. Thinking about it, Luo Jin had purposely done this in hopes that Xiao Yan would not fall into the trap set by the 4 major sects. It could also be considered as a precaution for Xiao Yan. In addition, Xiao Yan also found out from the map that if he wanted to go to the Western Wasteland region, there were only 2 paths he could choose from. From the map, he knew that the only way to the Western Wasteland region from the outskirts of the Shilin region was through a human city and a mountain range inhabited by magic beasts. This was also the difference between the main forces in the Shilin region. Xiao Yan naturally did not dare to casually touch those human cities. Once he appeared in public, the four major sects would probably spare no effort to hunt him down. Even if it was not for the sky extinction steps, they would definitely not let Xiao Yan off so easily. In addition, most of the human cities were also marked with the four major sects. Among them, there were even a few that were close to where magic beasts lived. If one wanted to pass through these two places, it would be impossible. Through Luo Jin, Xiao Yan also found out that the mountain range where the magic beasts lived was called the Shilin Mountain Range. Although there were no people from the four major sects there, the danger in the Shilin Mountain Range was not any lower than the outside world. According to Luo Jin, there was no lack of Do-D-level magic beasts in the Shilin Mountain Range. Those magic beasts had already transformed into human forms. Although they did not like to kill normally, once one trespassed into their territory, they would not be merciful. The current Xiao Yan was no longer concerned about a banned D-class magical beast. Xiao Yan was confident that with the strength that he currently possessed, he would not need to fear anyone below the Do-D class. Therefore, Xiao Yan was rather decisive in this decision, and directly chose to head towards the Shilin Mountain Range. As far as Xiao Yan was concerned, compared to the four great sects, he would be like a fish in water in the Shilin Mountain Range. After choosing his target, Xiao Yan did not delay any longer. With a move of his body, he quickly passed through the crowd and flew towards the west of Emerald City. However, just as he was flying, Xiao Yan could not help but frown slightly. Just a moment ago, he felt a few obscure auras sweep past his body. Although those auras were extremely faint, with the frightening spiritual strength of a rank 2 alchemist, Xiao Yan was still able to sense the traces of cold intent within. Oh. We are still in Emerald City, yet there are already people who are a little restless. Sensing this, the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth lifted into a cold smile. He quickly glanced behind him from the corner of his eyes. Indeed, at the edge of Xiao Yan's line of sight, there were a few blurry small black dots. Those few black dots were the few people who had just probed Xiao Yan's aura. A few days ago, when Xiao Yan had just woken up, Luo Jin had already told him about how the four great sects were hunting him down in all directions. Moreover, he had also told Xiao Yan about the bounty and wanted portraits that the four great sects had placed on him. When he first heard this news, Xiao Yan could not help but be stunned for a moment. However, after that, the expression on his face swiftly turned gloomy. Since the four great sects wanted to kill him so badly, Xiao Yan naturally could not sit still and wait for his death. Furthermore, the four great sects had already put out a bounty on Xiao Yan in the entire western region. Obviously, they wanted to force Xiao Yan to show himself. If Xiao Yan did not show himself, others would think that he was a coward. However, with Xiao Yan's character, how could he allow others to label him with such a label? What a great four great sections. This move of yours is really sinister. However, if you want to catch me, you will have to see how strong you are first. Xiao Yan let out a cold laugh. The speed at which he flew forward suddenly increased. A couple of human figures behind him involuntarily frowned slightly. They exchanged glances with one another before clenching their teeth and swiftly giving chase. In a short period of time, Xiao Yan had already gradually distanced himself from Emerald Green City. As for those figures, they were still in hot pursuit. However, when they arrived in the sky above an uninhabited mountain range, they could not help but frown slightly. The reason for that was because Xiao Yan, who had been rapidly flying in front of them a moment ago, had disappeared into thin air with a puff, like a clump of dense fog. The few people in the sky frowned. They could not understand just what had happened. How was it possible for Xiao Yan to disappear in such a strange manner? What shocked them the most was that as Xiao Yan turned into a clump of dense fog and disappeared, even his aura had disappeared without a trace. Damn it, where exactly did that brat run off to? Could it be that he discovered us and used the speed of the sky extinction steps to escape from this place? That's not impossible. Although his strength is not weak, there are, after all, 6 of us. 6 8-star half-martial emperors. Even if he has the assistance of the puppet and that lightning dragon, he is still no match for us. Among the 6 people, an old man wearing a black gown had his hands behind his back. As he listened to the words of the other old men beside him, he nodded slightly and began to carefully analyze Xiao Yan's thoughts. However, just as this old man's words were spat out, a calm and cold laughter suddenly sounded from an unknown location. Oh. Is that so? I am truly curious to see exactly how many rounds you can last against the combined strength of 6 8-star half-martial emperors. Right after those words left his mouth, before the expressions of the 6 old men in the sky changed greatly, Xiao Yan's figure slowly appeared in the sky 100 feet behind them. In the next instant, when the 6 8-star half-martial emperors turned around, they clearly saw Xiao Yan. At the same time, the expressions on their faces changed once again. Unable to contain themselves, they all cried out in alarm. Xiao Yan. That's me. The corners of Xiao Yan's mouth lifted into a faint smile as he replied with a light smile. Humph. Xiao Yan, aren't you being too arrogant and conceited? Although you managed to block the attack of a Dou Di half a year ago, that was only when they held back. However, it is different now. The 6 of us are all 8-star half-martial emperors. Even if you have the protection of your puppet and pet, we will still not be able to protect you. Seeing Xiao Yan, the black-gowned old man who spoke earlier was also slightly startled in his heart. As his throat rolled, his face once again changed into a ruthless expression as he spoke to Xiao Yan in a deep voice. Whether or not I am being arrogant and conceited, it is better to test me first before commenting. Oh, 6 people. Including you all, the number of 8-star half-martial emperors who have died by my hands should be around 10. Hearing this, Xiao Yan merely smiled faintly. In the next instant, his white hands suddenly waved through the air. Dou Qi wildly surged. Following Xiao Yan's thought, the dark black heavy Xian ruler appeared inch by inch in Xiao Yan's hand. With the addition of the heavenly flame, it caused the heavy Xian ruler to appear quite imposing. Chapter 392. As Xiao Yan's giant ruler landed heavily on the ground, a surge of surging aura brought forth a chilling wind pressure. It was like the low roar of a demonic beast as it whistled through the sky. Following the appearance of the dark heavy ruler, gorgeous heavenly flames suddenly rose from beneath Xiao Yan's feet. In the next instant, they turned into a ring of fire that rapidly spread in all directions. Flame Domain. After the Flame Domain was opened, the aura on Xiao Yan's body surged even more violently. Heavenly flames filled his eyes and an overflowing soaring battle intent erupted from Xiao Yan's body. Ha, come. Let me see exactly how powerful 6 8-star half-martial emperors are. A bold and unrestrained laugh sounded. Xiao Yan held the heavy ruler in his hand. His body moved and he took the lead to charge towards the 6 8-star half-martial emperors. Humph. You're courting death. You actually dare to face us 6 8-star half-martial emperors by yourself. You're truly reckless. Seeing that Xiao Yan did not even summon the Northern King, Xiao Jin, the leading black-robed old man immediately let out a furious snort. Xiao Yan's arrogant actions had truly caused them to be incomparably furious. Since he's courting death, why don't we capture him in one go and deliver him to the 4 great sects? The bounty will all belong to us. A dark-skinned old man among the 6 of them looked at Xiao Yan who was shooting toward them. His mouth emitted a disdainful ridicule as he spoke. Hearing that, the others also revealed greedy gazes as they nodded their heads. Regardless of how many people Xiao Yan was, as long as they could capture him, the bounty of the 4 great sects would all belong to them. Thus, the 4 8-star half-martial emperors would naturally not be courteous. Go! Following the thunder-like cry that was emitted from the old man's mouth, the few people beside him immediately nodded in unison. Immediately, the Dou Qi within their bodies suddenly surged out at this moment, transforming into numerous Dou Qi light pillars of different colors that shot to the sky. Soon after, the figures of several people suddenly moved, each of their hands revealing their weapons, and charged towards Xiao Yan who was coming towards them. In the end, only the black-robed old man hesitated for a moment before following closely behind. Although he was not afraid of Xiao Yan, he continued to faintly sense a sense of danger. This kind of faint feeling of danger might not cause him to feel afraid, but it still caused his heart to feel a little uneasy. However, when his gaze landed on Xiao Yan, that uneasy feeling subconsciously disappeared. It was as if that dangerous aura did not come from Xiao Yan. Boom! The large ruler violently collided with the 6 people who had rushed forward. Following the sound of metal striking metal, the dou qi that was attached to the weapons of both parties suddenly erupted at this moment. Ferocious dou qi waves suddenly swept out from the point of collision between the large ruler and the 6 weapons. At this moment, Xiao Yan and the 6 8-star half-martial emperors' bodies all shook, and they rapidly retreated backwards. The 6 8-star half-martial emperors were still fine. They merely shook their bodies, and were stopped 100 feet away. As for Xiao Yan, under the joint attack of the 6 8-star half-martial emperors, his body was miserably sent flying for a distance of nearly 100 feet. Only then did he manage to stabilize his body. To the current Xiao Yan, facing 6 8-star half-martial emperors by himself was still too strenuous. Humph, Xiao Yan, it seems that you can only rely on your sharp tongue. Today, you are destined to be taken away by us. That dark-skinned old man took a step forward. A tyrannical aura that belonged to an 8-star half-martial emperor condensed in front of him, and swept toward Xiao Yan. Hearing this, Xiao Yan's indifferent expression did not change much. What the other party said was correct. 6 8-star half-martial emperors were indeed making things difficult for him. However, Xiao Yan was not a person who could be treated with common sense. If anyone dared to underestimate Xiao Yan, the price they would have to pay would be the pain of their entire life. It seems that I can only take care of them one by one. Very well, let me see exactly where the limit of my current strength lies. As this thought flashed through his mind, Xiao Yan immediately laughed out loud. He tightly gripped the heavy Xian ruler, and the dou qi within his body frantically poured out, filling the interior of the heavy Xian ruler. The mysterious patterns on the surface of the pitch-black ruler were also gradually filled by the heavenly flame. 7-layered heaven-breaking ruler. The instant the thunderous shout sounded from his mouth, Xiao Yan's body suddenly rushed forward, and charged explosively toward the 6 8-star half-martial emperors opposite him. Humph! Overestimating your capabilities. Attack together. As long as we take care of this brat, we can choose any emperor court-martial technique we want. In the future, this western region will definitely be ours. Attack! That dark-skinned old man fiercely waved his palm forward, and shouted once again. When his voice sounded, the eyes of the people beside him involuntarily surged with greed once again. They glanced at each other, and then fiercely nodded. As the dou qi within their bodies rose, they once again charged explosively toward the incoming Xiao Yan. In an instant, the distance of 100 feet between the two sides had been reduced by more than half. The distance between Xiao Yan and the 6 8-star half-martial emperors was now less than 10 feet. At such a close distance, in addition to the fact that both sides were half-martial emperors, the invisible pressure from their auras had already collided with each other. As Xiao Yan was fighting against 6 people by himself, he naturally fell into a disadvantageous position. Ha, arrogant brat, you are destined to pay the price for your current actions. Die. Seeing that Xiao Yan had already revealed a disadvantageous position, the 8-star half-martial emperor who spoke earlier once again ridiculed. His words were filled with disdain towards Xiao Yan. Humph, gratuitous arrogance, you will have to pay the price. Spatial tent, rise. With a low shout, Xiao Yan's body that was explosively charging forward suddenly disappeared into the horizon before the disbelieving gazes of the 6 8-star half-martial emperors. 6 Paths Tent, this was a move that Xiao Yan had only used once half a year ago. Thus, very few people knew about it. Unfortunately, the 6 8-star half-martial emperors before Xiao Yan knew nothing about it. In the next instant, at the instant when the 6 8-star half-martial emperors reacted, Xiao Yan's figure suddenly appeared before the dark-skinned old man among the 6 of them. Through the probing of Xiao Yan's soul power, this old man was the weakest among the 6. He had only just broken through to the 8-star half-martial emperor realm. Thus, every time he attacked, he would hesitate, and first instigate the others beside him to attack. Only then would he act like a dog that relied on its master's power to attack. Thus, in Xiao Yan's eyes, this old man was an out-and-out despicable person. Although Xiao Yan's cultivation was inferior to the old man's, in terms of mentality, compared to him, Xiao Yan was an out-and-out expert. In this sort of situation, when the strong faced the weak, there was naturally no need for pity. Thus, in the instant that dark-skinned old man reacted, Xiao Yan's enormous ruler ruthlessly smashed onto his chest. 7-layered heaven-breaking ruler, 1 ruler. When the ruler descended, a person died. Chapter 393. In the sky, Xiao Yan slowly withdrew the dark heavy buster sword in his hand. When he looked at the dark-skinned 8-star half-martial emperor again, he simply did not have the strength to resist the sudden strike of the buster sword. The instant the dark heavy buster sword smashed into his chest, the frighteningly enormous power directly caused his entire chest to cave in. Following the unceasing ka-ka sounds of bones breaking, the frightening do qi contained within the dark heavy buster sword rapidly poured into the old man's body. Like wild horses that had escaped their reins, the do qi frantically wreaked havoc within the old man's body. Bang! In the sky, following the muffled sound of a balloon exploding, the body of the 8-star half-martial emperor directly and uncontrollably smashed into the mountain range below. Immediately after, another rumbling sound was heard. The old man's body was deeply buried in the mountain range below, and his figure could no longer be seen. Through Xiao Yan's soul detection, the old man had already fallen into a seriously injured state. At this moment, even moving a finger would be extremely strenuous for him. It was also at this moment that the remaining 5 8-star half-martial emperors finally recovered from their shock. When they forcibly stopped their bodies and turned their heads to look at Xiao Yan, the expressions on their faces instantly changed greatly. It was hard to imagine that in this short instant, Xiao Yan had actually arrived among the 6 of them. With such frightening speed, it was likely that even 9-star half-martial emperors would not be able to compare to him. This Zhao Hui. He actually, seriously injured Zhao Hui. However, when one of the remaining 5 noticed the dark-skinned old man buried deep in the mountain range below, the expression on their faces instantly became one of shock. Seriously injuring an 8-star half-martial emperor with a single strike. Was this sort of power truly something that a mere 5-star half-martial emperor could accomplish? Although they felt disbelief in their hearts, at this moment, the truth was right before their eyes. They had no choice but to believe it. Seeing the shocked expressions on the faces of the 5 8-star half-martial emperors, the corners of Xiao Yan's mouth curled into a sneer once again. He forcefully swung the buster sword in his hand, and it stood diagonally to the right of Xiao Yan. As the do qi within his body surged violently, the light on the buster sword grew even brighter. Hee, how about it? Do the 5 of you want to have a taste as well? If you want to give it a try, I don't mind spending a little more effort. It had to be said that Xiao Yan's move of killing the chicken to warn the monkey had indeed caused the 5 of them to be extremely terrified. Thinking about Zhao Hui's tragic case, the 5 of them could not help but feel a deep chill in their hearts. They really did not want to follow in Zhao Hui's footsteps. Although the 5 of them were extremely terrified in their hearts, although the method of killing the chicken to warn the monkey was not bad, but as the saying goes, when there is a great reward, there will be brave men. Seeing the benefits in front of them, but remaining indifferent, wasn't this something that only a fool would do? Furthermore, even though they were missing a person, there were still 5 of them left. 5 8-star half-martial emperors against a single 5-star half-martial emperor. Thus, how could they possibly be afraid? Humph. Xiao Yan, stop trying to intimidate us here. Even though you've seriously injured Zhao Hui, he is merely the weakest among the 6 of us. This old man knows that you're an alchemist. It is precisely because of this that you decided to attack him, and not one of the 5 of us, right? This time around, the person who spoke was another old man wearing an embroidered gown. Other than the black-gowned old man, he was the second person present with the strength of a late-stage 8-star half-martial emperor. He could also be said to be the strongest person present. Thus, his words carried quite a bit of weight. Hearing those words, Xiao Yan lightly smiled. Regardless of what the reason might be, at the very least, that 8-star half-martial emperor had been seriously injured by him. Seriously injuring an 8-star half-martial emperor with the strength of a 5-star half-martial emperor was a heaven-defying achievement. Even in the entire continent, how many people could accomplish such a feat? However, in the next instant, the words that were emitted from that old man's mouth caused Xiao Yan's expression to involuntarily change slightly upon hearing them. Humph. Moreover, that secret technique of yours that allows you to travel through space and the human class Do skill, if you were to use both of them at the same time, the consumption of Do Qi would likely not be a simple amount. Based on this old man's guess, how many times can you use such an attack? The old man asked in a stern voice. After seeing the change in expression on Xiao Yan's face, his face involuntarily revealed a pleased cold smile. A human class Do skill was not something that only Xiao Yan possessed. Naturally, they did not need to worry about this. However, the only thing that caused them to be afraid of was Xiao Yan's strange agility. It was actually able to travel through space and instantly arrive before them. If they were to be caught off guard every single time, how could they possibly continue fighting? Fortunately, the change in expression on Xiao Yan's face caused these few 8-star half-emperors to gain some confidence in their hearts. As long as Xiao Yan had a weakness, it would become their advantage. They would similarly be able to rely on this to take down Xiao Yan. However, while they were considering this, they had overlooked the most important point. Even if the Do Qi within Xiao Yan's body was exhausted, one should not forget that there was still the Northern King and Xiao Jin, whose strength was comparable to a 9-star half-emperor, in his storage ring and his body. At that time, they would also be unable to do anything to Xiao Yan. Everyone, attack together and form an encirclement to trap him within. At that time, regardless of how fast his speed is, as long as the people on the other side are able to react in time, they will also be able to resolve Xiao Yan's attack. The embroidered-robed man waved his hand with great force as Do Qi spluttered out from his body. His body moved and he was the first to charge towards Xiao Yan. When the others heard this, they immediately nodded violently. Their bodies shook as Do Qi wildly surged within their bodies. One by one, they also charged towards Xiao Yan. Although this method could not be considered excellent, it was the most practical method at the moment. At the very least, it would cause Xiao Yan's speed to lose its effect in front of them. Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes. His gaze slowly swept across the 5 people surrounding him. A piercingly cold glint flashed deep within his eyes. The hand that was holding the heavy Xian ruler exerted a little force and the wide, huge ruler was cleverly placed at a strange angle. What Xiao Yan did not expect was that the few people in front of him were even more greedy and crazy than he had imagined. Even at this moment, they were actually still planning to take advantage of him. However, despite this, Xiao Yan was not afraid of them. He was confident that with the strength that he currently possessed, there was no one below the Do D class who could pose any threat to him. The people in front of him were no exception. Since all of you are unwilling to give up, we can only use the method of fighting to resolve the conflict between us. Xiao Yan's gaze focused on the embroidered-robed old man who had spoken earlier as he spoke in an indifferent tone. We will not suffer the loss we suffered just now a second time. Therefore, this time around, you should just obediently accept your death. The embroidered-robed old man coldly laughed as he met Xiao Yan's gaze. Immediately, he waved his hand abruptly and cried out sternly. Attack together and take down Xiao Yan. Chapter 394. In the sky, the 5 8-star half-martial emperors shouted in unison. As the Do Qi within their bodies surged, pillars of Do Qi soared into the sky and into the 9 heavens. The frightening oppressive might faintly condensed into 5 figures that heavily pressed down on Xiao Yan's body, causing his body that was floating in the sky to involuntarily sink down slightly. Although the combined oppressive might of the 5 8-star half-martial emperors was incomparably frightening, Xiao Yan's face still appeared extremely calm. If they wanted to suppress him with merely this, then they were truly underestimating Xiao Yan too much. Humph. Following a cold snort, the purple gold dragon phoenix bloodline within Xiao Yan's body was instantly activated. An even more overbearing aura was emitted from Xiao Yan's body. As the enormous ruler in Xiao Yan's hand was waved horizontally, the oppressive might pressing down on him was immediately broken apart by the ruler. After the oppressive might was broken apart, an invisible air wave swept forth from Xiao Yan's body. The bodies of the 5 figures involuntarily trembled, and they involuntarily took half a step back. The gazes with which they raised their heads to look at Xiao Yan with changed abruptly. The oppressive might of 5 8-star half-martial emperors was actually broken apart by Xiao Yan alone. This was simply unimaginable. This brat is strange. We absolutely cannot lower our guard. All of you, stop holding back. If you truly wish to obtain those medicinal pellets and martial techniques, then go all out. Otherwise, if we fail miserably, none of us will be able to obtain any benefits. At this moment, that black-robed old man no longer had the heart to care about the indescribable chilliness in his heart. With a stern shout, he warned the other 4. Hearing that, the other 4 immediately looked to each other in dismay. After glancing at each other, they fiercely nodded. Each of them emitted a frightening shout from their mouths. With a movement of their bodies, they charged explosively toward Xiao Yan with ferocious Do-Chi waves. Faced with attacks coming from 5 different directions, Xiao Yan did not dare to be careless. Although he was not afraid of these 5 people, they were, after all, 8-star half-martial emperors. If their attacks were to land on him, the consequences would not be a joke. In the next instant, the 5 figures arrived around Xiao Yan. Surging Do-Chi unceasingly surged out. Under the control of the 5 people, they condensed into various Do skills that ruthlessly smashed toward Xiao Yan. Faced with the ferocious attacks of the 5 people, Xiao Yan naturally did not dare to underestimate them. With a thought, his soul power between his brows surged forth. His soul power was like a boundless sea water that enveloped the entire region. Under the probing of Xiao Yan's powerful soul power, the attacks of the 5 people immediately slowed down in Xiao Yan's mind. As for Xiao Yan, he was able to catch his breath under this ferocious attack. In an instant, Xiao Yan gradually became more and more at ease under the joint attacks of the 5 8-star half-martial emperors. Although the attacks of the 5 8-star half-martial emperors were not weak, Xiao Yan was able to rely on his tyrannical strength and his frightening agility Do skill to temporarily remain undefeated. Although he was aware that this kind of condition could not be maintained for long, it still caused the 5 bandits to feel even more anxious and impatient in their hearts. Most of the time, they were shocked by Xiao Yan's strength, which far exceeded their own cultivation. Which 5-star half-martial emperor could be like him, who could not reveal any flaws under the attacks of 8-star half-martial emperors? Who could possibly face 5 8-star half-martial emperors with the strength of a 5-star half-martial emperor? Needless to say, it was likely that such a person did not exist in the entire continent. Fists and palms collided. Every time Xiao Yan and the 5 8-star half-martial emperors collided, it would cause the heaven and earth to tremble and space to shatter. The great battle on the battlefield also became more and more intense. After a short period of equilibrium, Xiao Yan unavoidably ended up at a disadvantage in the face of the powerful combined attacks of the 5 8-star half-martial emperors and their frightening attacks. The attacks of the 5 people were swift and fierce. Their attacks were as fast as lightning and ferocious. If it wasn't for Xiao Yan's powerful soul power, he would likely have been defeated long ago. However, even in such an intense battle, Xiao Yan's expression remained calm. His pair of pitch-black eyes appeared to be as calm as an ancient well. Although the attacks of the 5 people were powerful and their auras were frightening, Xiao Yan was able to see through all of their methods. Faced with the attacks of the 5 people, if it were any other ordinary half-martial emperor, they would likely have been seriously injured long ago. However, Xiao Yan was no ordinary person. In such an intense melee battle, every part of Xiao Yan's body had become his weapon. His fists, elbows, shoulders, knees, waist and even his head had become Xiao Yan's greatest weapons in battle. As for the wide and enormous ruler in his hand, it was as if it was a part of his body. Even though it was clearly such a heavy and enormous ruler, in Xiao Yan's hand, it was as light as a leaf. Its nimbleness was not the slightest bit inferior to the joints of his arms. Of course, it was, after all, 5 8-star half-martial emperors before him. Even Xiao Yan was unable to completely ignore the power of experts of that level. Thus, in the countless intense collisions, Xiao Yan had suffered quite a bit of injuries. Of course, compared to the attacks of the 5 people, the injuries that Xiao Yan had suffered could not be considered much. Bang! After another intense collision, Xiao Yan and the embroidered-robed old man both took 100 steps back. Xiao Yan's complexion was slightly pale, and a dazzling dark red trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. As for the embroidered-robed old man, although his aura was still deep and vigorous, under his serious expression, the blood within his body was also surging. The gaze with which he looked at Xiao Yan was also filled with astonishment. It was hard to imagine that not only did Xiao Yan's strength far surpass his cultivation, even his seemingly frail body was far from what he had imagined. Ha! Xiao Yan, prepare to die. However, just as Xiao Yan's figure stopped moving, in the next instant, a figure brandished a large blade in his hand and rapidly shot over from behind him. The distance between him and Xiao Yan was only a short distance of several tens of feet. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yan's heart immediately tightened. At the instant he turned around, the enormous ruler in his hand was placed horizontally before his chest in an attempt to block this sudden attack. Clang! An ear-splitting collision sound rang out, and Xiao Yan's body flew back uncontrollably. His feet fiercely stomped on the air, and with every step he took, the space would collapse. It was not hard to imagine exactly how frightening the might of the blade strike that Xiao Yan had just received was. When Xiao Yan once again forcibly stopped himself in the air with great difficulty, he finally could not help but spit out a large mouthful of blood. His pale complexion showed that he had spent a lot of effort. Facing the continuous bombardment of an 8-star half-martial emperor, even if he possessed a supreme skill, it was still difficult for him to withstand it. However, just as Xiao Yan came back to his senses, another person rushed forward from behind him, intending to give Xiao Yan the final blow. This time, Xiao Yan did not turn around to block. Instead, he flipped his hand and stored the heavy Xian ruler into his storage ring. With a thought, surging soul power frantically surged out. Between the heavens and the earth, strands of tiny pitch-black great Dao energy rapidly condensed in the space before Xiao Yan. 6 Dao tense, condense. Xiao Yan let out a soft cry in a low and deep voice. A ruthless expression suddenly surged into his eyes. This group of people in front of him had truly stirred up the fury in his heart. What awaited them next was a wild storm of attacks. He would also be filled with despair. In the next instant, when that figure passed through the afterimage left behind by Xiao Yan, the latter had already appeared at a higher altitude in the sky. Holding the enormous ruler in his hand and looking down, the dou qi within his body frantically poured into the heavy Xian ruler in his hand. A vast and mighty aura slowly spread from it. Chapter 395. High up in the sky, Xiao Yan's eyes contained a ruthless expression. His cold gaze quickly locked onto a person. Xiao Yan's gaze rapidly swept around and immediately locked onto a short and fat old man among the 5. The latter's strength was currently the weakest among the 5. At the same time, he was also the one that Xiao Yan could guarantee he would defeat the fastest. After locking onto his target, Xiao Yan immediately used the sky extinction steps. In an instant, he had already arrived in front of the short and fat old man. Yellow spring palm. Xiao Yan's right hand held the giant ruler in a reverse grip. His left arm was bent and raised behind his ear. Surging dou qi violently surged out from his palm and rapidly agglomerated into a crystal-like palm above Xiao Yan's palm. The instant the crystal-like palm was completely formed, Xiao Yan's left palm ruthlessly smashed toward the incoming old man. Faced with Xiao Yan who had launched the first attack, the old man naturally understood the reason behind this. However, he was after all an 8-star half-martial emperor. He was also quite confident in his own strength. At the moment when Xiao Yan's palm arrived, the old man finally made his move. The old man's body that was charging forward suddenly paused in the air. His hands suddenly clenched in the air. Qi gushed out from his palm and rapidly agglomerated into an axe and hammer in the old man's hand. Holding the axe and hammer in his hand, the old man exerted strength in his arm. His firm muscles immediately bulged and tore apart his sleeves. His thick and solid arm was immediately exposed to the air. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yan's eyes involuntarily hardened slightly. Unexpectedly, this short and fat old man before him was actually a fellow with quite a strong physical body. Unfortunately, regardless of how strong his physical body was, it would be difficult for him to escape death today. Brat, prepare to die. Mortal class Do skill, final blow. After the shout sounded, the axe and hammer in the old man's hand was immediately swung upward. The square and thick surface of the hammer directly faced Xiao Yan's palm. Sharp wind unceasingly compressed the air and ear-piercing sonic booms were also unceasingly emitted. Clang! In the next moment, as the sound of metal colliding rang out, the invisible space immediately stirred up layers of wave-like spatial waves. With Xiao Yan and the old man as the center, it rapidly swept out in all directions. This loud sound was just like a bolt from the blue. Not long after the spatial waves swept over, an even more frightening Qi wave swept in all directions. This time around, even the endless mountain range below was unavoidably caught in the crossfire. Just a single attack had caused an enormous deep pit to appear in the mountain range. At the same time, when the energy storm swept out, the expressions of the other 4 people in the surroundings changed. With a move of their bodies, they retreated backwards. Solemnly, they stared at the center that was blocked by the energy storm. At that spot, there were still 2 extremely strong auras violently clashing. Crack! Unfortunately, even though Xiao Yan's strength was not weak, that short and fat old man was after all an 8-star half-martial emperor. Moreover, the Do skill that he was currently using was even stronger than Xiao Yan's yellow spring palm. Hence, in this collision, Xiao Yan was temporarily defeated. Following a clear cracking sound, a tiny crack line appeared on Xiao Yan's yellow spring palm. Bang! When the energy storm scattered, the 2 human figures in the sky withdrew explosively. Xiao Yan's body withdrew by 10,000 feet in a somewhat miserable manner. His feet stomped violently on the empty air. Each time his foot landed, it would cause the mountain range below to collapse. From this, one could imagine just what kind of frightening strength Xiao Yan was enduring. After Xiao Yan strenuously stopped his body, he involuntarily vomited a mouthful of dark red blood. At this moment, his already pale complexion instantly became deathly pale. It must be said that an 8-star half-martial emperor was an 8-star half-martial emperor. Even though Xiao Yan was not weak, the difference in their cultivations had still allowed the latter to gain quite a bit of an advantage. However, to Xiao Yan, it was merely a so-so. Cough cough, after repeatedly coughing twice, Xiao Yan raised his head and looked at the short and fat old man across from him who still had an ordinary expression. Compared to Xiao Yan, the short and fat old man was much better. Thus, at this moment, the gaze with which he looked at Xiao Yan involuntarily revealed a mocking smile. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Yan, it seems that you can only flaunt your mouth. With just you, without relying on those methods of yours, it is simply impossible for you to be a match for this old man. The short and fat old man had an insolent expression as he laughed loudly. It was as if defeating Xiao Yan was something that he was extremely proud of. However, when he ridiculed Xiao Yan, he seemed to have forgotten that with his strength as an 8-star half-martial emperor, defeating Xiao Yan, a 5-star half-martial emperor, was something that couldn't be more normal in the hearts of the majority of people. Huh, is that so? I remember that I told you all before that there is a price to pay for unwarranted arrogance. However, from the looks of it, you all don't seem to remember my words. Since that's the case, let me use my actions to tell you all. Hearing this, Xiao Yan involuntarily let out a cold laugh. Only at this moment did his right hand, which had been holding the heavy Xian ruler the entire time, suddenly swing it. As Qi shot out, the pitch-black ruler was already covered by a gorgeous heavenly flame. As the heavy ruler's body streaked through the air, chi-chi sounds of rushing wind were heard. Even from a great distance away, the strong wind pressure caused one to feel suffocated. 7-layered sky-breaking ruler, 2 feet. Suddenly, following an earth-shaking roar from Xiao Yan's mouth, the huge ruler in his hands suddenly streaked through the air in front of him. A frightening ruler light ruthlessly swept toward the short and fat old man like a huge wave on the surface of the sea. Its aura filled the sky. However, in response to this, the short and fat old man's face involuntarily revealed a cold smile. If Xiao Yan had attacked with this ruler while he was unable to react in time, he might really be unable to block it. Unfortunately, Xiao Yan did not do so. Instead, he faced him head-on. In this way, he did not have the slightest room to worry. Haha, Xiao Yan, you should obediently surrender. With just this attack of yours, you will not be able to hurt the old me. The short and fat old man ridiculed. Immediately, he once again waved the huge hammer axe in his hand. The axe was facing upwards. The sharp aura caused the surrounding empty space to involuntarily form circles of invisible spatial ripples. Try this move of the old me. Human class middle-level Do technique, splitting mountain and breaking sea. As the cry from the short and fat old man's mouth sounded, the hammer axe in his hand was violently swung upwards. Immediately, an ear-piercing sonic boom resounded unceasingly. The invisible empty space seemed to have been split into two under this axe. The air wherever it passed was isolated by this axe, only leaving behind a vacuum of empty space. Under the support of the Do Chi, the edge of the axe became incomparably frightening. A vast aura spread out from it, causing one's expression to change. The strength of this axe was likely something that even an expert of the same level would not dare to easily receive, much less Xiao Yan. When Xiao Yan sensed the frightening aura on the axe, his expression involuntarily changed. The strength of this fellow had far exceeded his expectations. However, even if this was the case, it was still unable to change Xiao Yan's determination to kill both of them. Ha 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 ha, good. Since you respect me, I will return you 10 feet. In the next moment, the solemn-faced Xiao Yan suddenly emitted a loud and arrogant laughter that was filled with an untamed feeling. Immediately, the huge ruler in his hand was once again waved. He continuously waved 3 feet and 4 feet overlapped each other, causing the might to become even greater. Even the faces of the 4 people outside the battleground involuntarily revealed a solemn expression when they saw this. This kind of attack was something that even they could not underestimate. Under everyone's gazes, the majestic ruler glow and the similarly ferocious huge axe swiftly approached each other. Immediately, they violently collided together in the next moment. Bang! The result of the collision between the two Do techniques, which had similar auras, was mutual destruction. In the next moment, the energy storm that blotted out the sun swept in all directions like 100,000 feet large wave. The originally clear sky of Jianghu sky suddenly changed color at this moment. It was covered by a dense energy storm. At this moment, even the expressions of the 4 half-emperors outside involuntarily changed wildly. One by one, they twisted their bodies and wildly fled into the distance as if they were fleeing. When they saw the frightening energy storm from afar, their eyes were filled with endless fear. The energy storm came wave after wave. It continued to hum for over 10 minutes. It was during these 10+ minutes that the entire area was being destroyed. The 4 half-emperors could only maneuver the Do Chi within their bodies and temporarily seal the area within the energy storm. A long while later, when the frightening energy storm was about to scatter, a frightening heavenly flame storm that was not inferior to the former once again swept out from the middle of the battleground. Circular after circular fire lotus petals gradually stood in the air within the space that had been sealed by the 4 half-emperors. They swelled with the wind. When the many layers of fire lotus petals were completely pieced together to form an enormous fire lotus, the Do Chi light barrier that the 4 8-star half-emperors had created together could not help but be forcefully blasted apart. Bang! The heavenly flame storm easily destroyed the Do Chi light barrier that the 4 half-emperors had created together. Only then did its energy scatter. It turned into waves of heat that swept in all directions in the sky. The faces of the 4 half-emperors involuntarily became a little flushed as they sensed the frightening high temperature that was brought about by the heat wave. Their hearts were involuntarily shocked. The might of a heavenly flame was really frightening. When it erupted in this manner, even they felt a grave feeling. They did not even dare to imagine just what kind of ending they would have ended up in if they had been in the middle of the heavenly flame storm earlier. When the storm finally scattered, the few of them lifted their heads and looked over with some lingering fear. Everywhere their eyes passed, there was only a pitch-black endless space. Under the heavenly flame storm, this entire space had unavoidably ended up collapsing. When the gazes of the 4 swept over the entire space, they were finally filled with shock and fear as they discovered that the short and fat old man's figure was actually nowhere to be seen. Such an outcome could only mean one thing. The short and fat old man had already died and his Dao had vanished. It was extremely likely that not even his corpse was left behind. Dead, dead? The expressions on the faces of the 4 half-emperors became a little dull. Soon after, their mouths involuntarily exclaimed. It was difficult to imagine that an 8-star half-emperor, who had been so mighty a moment ago and had said that he would capture Xiao Yan, would actually become a dead soul in the hands of the other party in mere moments. Only at this moment did the 4 of them recall the words that Xiao Yan had said when they had first met him. Including all of you, the number of 8-star half-emperors who have died in my hands should be around 10. From the looks of it, those words were not groundless. Unwarranted arrogance would really cause them to pay an extremely great price. To a great extent, it had even touched upon their lives.